All right.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Good morning. Mr. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file number KC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Let us start with calling the appearances. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. The prosecution is represented today by Silvia Dascoli, Associate Prosecutor, Linda Pedersen, Case Manager, and Marie-Cécile Grudzinski, the SPO Inter, and myself, Cezary Michalczuk, SPO Prosecutor.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. The participating victims are represented today by myself, Brechtje Vossenberg, co-counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense represented by Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, myself, Julius von Bonnet, my investigator and interpreter, Mr. Vladimir Pelay. In the court is joining today the accused, Mr. Mustafa.
Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing in front of trial panel 1. Let us see for today what we are going to do. We will first start with some points I would like to mention to you. We will hear the testimony of defense witness 1000. This is Mr. Noordin Ibishi. As communicated via email, the panel will sit today in an extra session. We shared that with you on the 8th of April 2022 at 11 minutes past 1. And we will be sitting, if needed, till 5:30. Before starting the testimony of witness 1000, the panel would like to know from the defense whether it can provide an answer to the question posed by the panel yesterday regarding the availability of the accused to make an unsworn statement in the week or on the days on 17, 18 and or 19 May of this year, the estimated duration of the statement, and whether the accused will be answering questions from the panel before or after the statement. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much. That would be on the 19th of May, the best. As far as the duration is concerned, and the last question regarding the questions, please let me get back to you after the lunch break. If that's okay, we just want to consult on that issue a little bit.
Very well, Defense Counsel, but as to the duration, I understand that you have to discuss it, but we would like to do it in that week. So if you think you would be needing more time, then I would suggest to do it the 18th and the 19th. But that makes sense for everybody.
No, I think it will be one day finished, that's for sure. So
Okay.
I'll get back to you this afternoon, Your Honor.
Very well, Defense Counsel. Now we may proceed with defense witness 1000. Madame Court Usher, can we usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Ibishi, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to all your staff, to the prosecution, to the counsel, and Salih. I'm well. Microphone, Your Honor.
Mr. Ibishi, today we will start with your testimony. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office versus Salih Mustafa in order to assist the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the counsel for the defense, for the Specialist Prosecution Office, and for the victims counsel. Yes? Very well. I would like to provide you, Mr. Ibishi, with some guidance to answering the questions that you will be asked. Please, listen carefully to all the questions. If you don't understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced, what you sensed. If you found out in some other way, please tell the court how you explain to us how. And you may not remember all the details of the events, it's perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember. Yeah? And it's okay for us if you say, I don't know or I don't remember. Please answer the questions. If clarification is needed, you will be asked to do so. I might interrupt you if you're deviating in your answer from what you were asked. So please stay focused. And I also remind you that you may refuse to answer questions on issues that might incriminate you. Have you understood all this?
Yes.
I would like to give you some practical advice for your testimony. Everything that we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphones next to you. Yeah? To speak, yes, indeed. To speak at a slow pace and to speak clearly. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, please count in your head up to 5 and only then give your answer. And I insist, this is very important. This pause of 5 seconds is essential for us to properly follow what you are telling us. Yeah? So when the defense counsel has asked you a question, and that will be, if I understood well, Mr. Shala, in Albanian, you will be leading the examination, yes? Please wait, even if your first impression would be to start talking right away. Please wait after his question for 5 seconds and then start talking. Because if not, what the translation of Mr. Shala and what you are saying is overlapping. And we cannot understand what is being shared with us. Yeah? Do you understand that?
That's all.
It's clear.
If I raise my hand, please stop talking. The reason that I raise my hand is because I don't want to interrupt what you are saying. Yeah? Because then we have overlapping speakers and we don't want that. Sometimes I will be asking you to take off your headphones and to put them in front of you, or I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out of the courtroom if we need to discuss something on the content of the question that will be posed to you. And if you have any questions, if you need a break or you need assistance, please raise your hand and they will be given the floor. Have you understood all this?
That's all.
Very well.
Clear.
English?
A bit.
That might result in escorting you out of the courtroom when we have to discuss the content of a question. As I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to give a solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Have you understood that?
Yes, sir.
It's clear to me.
Madam Court Clerk, can you assist the witness with the solemn declaration to tell the truth? Mr. Bishi, please read the text provided to you.
Interjection.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I should not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Bishi. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Bishi, starting with the questioning by the defense counsel. The panel has authorized the defense to question the witness 1000 in Albanian by email dated 8th of April at 15:56. You have estimated 2 hours, defense counsel. Please inform the panel if there is any changes for planning purposes.
Yes,
You have
I
the
will.
floor.
Yes, thank you. Mirdita, zotri dëshmitar.
Question. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Answer. Good morning. Question. Mr. Witness, today I would like to discuss with you the time period from 1998 up to June 1999. During this period, what was the security situation in Kosovo? Answer. The situation was as follows. Kosovo was under savage occupation by the Serb forces after the massacres in Prekaz and Likošan. There was a general organization by the citizens in addition to the existing structures. The population finally decided that the liberation of Kosovo can be achieved only by war. In the year of 1998 was a year of preparation and the development of the war of the Kosovo Liberation Army in the entire territory of Kosovo. I'm talking about 1998 and 1999 in general, and in particular about the LAP operational zone, because my competencies were in that area. Question. Thank you, Mr. Witness. During these 2 years, 1999,
Ju gjatë këtyre
so you, during these 2 years, 1998 and 1999, what did you do? What was your activity? Answer. Until the beginning of the KLA war in the LAP operational zone, I was in contact with the movement that established the KLA together with Hüsritala and others who carried out activities on the ground in the preparatory phase. And I was in Pristina. I'm speaking about the LAP operational zone. In the beginning, it comprised Pristina, Podujeva, and Obilic, a zone that comprised 1/4 of the population, and the geographical area, including 100 kilometers of border with Serbia, as well as the administrative center of Kosovo, that is the capital, Pristina.
Could you have the witness focus specifically on what you want to know? Because now we are getting a lot of information. You were asking him what he was doing, and please, we don't want a whole explanation that is not focused on your question.
Yes, I will. Zoti dëshmitar, ju kisha lut që aq sa mundeni të
Question, Mr. Witness, I would kindly ask you to focus only on my question and answer only to my questions. If there is need for additional explanation, I will ask you. You personally, when did you join the Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer. Until I joined the KLA, I was in contact, as I mentioned, in activity to prepare.
The question is, when did you join the KLA? Then I don't want an explanation on before. I want a date. Yeah?
Okay. Want we kon
It was sometime in June, end of June 1998, more precisely on the 28th of June 1998.
Cëllës njësi apo cëllës
Question, to which unit or brigade did you join? Answer, this was the very beginning of the formation of the KLA in the LAP operational zone. It was the initial phase, the fledgling phase, when new volunteers would come to join in Zaberj village. There was no organization of units, but I would say more a center where people would gather. It was in Zaberj, Mitrovica municipality. So the first activities in terms of organization and training began there. As I said, the units were not structured yet. Question, your role in Zaberj village, what was it at the time? Answer, as all the others, I was a volunteer of KLA, a soldier of liberation. Question, did you have any specific duties? Answer, yes.
And the answers, because I have to be able to assess the question posed to you. Yeah? And if you already start answering before the question has been translated to me, I cannot assess anything. Yeah? So you want to share information with the panel, so we do have to do this effort in order to make it understandable for everybody. It's not a court where everybody talks the same language. Please, Defense Counsel, proceed.
edhe një herë më fal.
Can you please repeat your question? Did you have any specific task or duty at the time? Answer, since I had both a police and military education, a career, of course, when such an educator would be handy for the KLA volunteers. So my duty was to train the new soldiers in this area.
Thatë që në kohën kur
Question, you said that when you joined the KLA in the LAP operational zone, the brigades were still not established. When was the first brigade established? Answer. The first brigade, or rather the first two brigades, were created sometime in mid-August 1998. There was an order by the General Staff to start with the organization of the subzones in brigades and dependent units. Question. With the establishment of the brigades, were the commanders also appointed, the commanders of those brigades? Answer. Yes. The high representatives of the General Staff of the KLA came and appointed the deputy commander, the Kadri Castrati, then me, Nureddin Ibishi, as commander of the Brigade 151, and the commander Idris Shabana, aka Luta, of the 152 Brigade. So these were the first two brigades that were formed. Question. Were you appointed commander of 151 Brigade? Where was the seat of the brigade at the time? Where was the brigade located? Answer. When I said June, at the time we were in Zaburj village. In the meantime, we transferred to Baigora village. There was a village school that was abandoned, empty, and that's where the seat of the brigade was. At the time, the brigade was still not completely formed, but was in the phase of creating and building up its capacities. Question. In your assessment, how long did it take for the necessary capacities of the brigade's necessary structures to be created? Answer. The basic training of the soldier would last, and I don't know exactly, but about 3 weeks. I'm speaking about a basic level because we have to understand that our youth and the majority of KLA soldiers had never had contact with weapon because the Serbian regime did not give them the right to complete military service or to acquire military knowledge. So our job, our task as military instructors, police instructors, was to familiarize them with the elementary things, for example, rules, general knowledge, discipline, international rules of war for Geneva conventions and the additional protocols, and the aspects of human rights in armed forces, up to the movement of soldiers in combat, use of weapons, and movement in nature. Question. Mr. Witness, answer. Everything that has to do with the creation of military capacities.
I think that the answer now has been given on your specific question. If you want more information, please ask. But I think that he went a little bit farther than what you asked him. But please proceed.
Question. With the completion of these trainings of volunteer soldiers, Kosovo youth that was willing to join the Kosovo Liberation Army, I'm going to repeat my question. That structuring, how long did it last according to you? From the first day it was created, how long was it until the brigade achieved a satisfactory level, let's say, level of organization?
Defense Counsel, apparently you did not, the training, the answer regarding the training was not what you meant with your question. Do I see that right?
No, I didn't ask for the training.
Yes, but for next time, because I was really wondering why we were talking about training, but because it's your question and you seemed satisfied with the explanation about the training, I thought that that was what you were looking for. But if you are not looking for that because the witness apparently did not understand your question, please stop the witness and then elicit what you want to know. Because I don't want to interrupt your interrogation, but for me it was completely, I didn't really understand why we were talking about training. So next time I will follow up more quickly if you don't do it.
Okay, thank you. Ta përsëris pyetjen a
Question, shall I repeat my question or can we continue? Answer, yes, please be more specific. Question, from the moment the brigade was created, how long did it take for the brigade to reach its normal level structure? Answer, one should understand that we were in extraordinary conditions. We were in mountain. We did not have any logistics in terms of uniforms and equipment, as well as other conditions. So our concept was to avoid the urban areas and create the capacities of the Kosovo Liberation Army. May I continue?
Try to be focused on the question of the Defense Counsel, because I don't want really long elaborations. Try to answer his question, and if it's difficult for you to answer it because you don't know what is really asked, ask the Defense Counsel. But I just don't want to be wandering around about a lot of things, because I'm sure you can tell us from your position and your experience a lot of things about what happened in Kosovo back then. But I want specific information regarding the defense case that can be of use for the panel in order to find the truth. So Defense Counsel, please give a specific question, because a normal level of the brigade is maybe also very general. I would say or reformulate it or go to the next question.
Nga dita e themelimit të
From the day the brigade was formed, how much time approximately passed until a brigade reached its proper structure, leadership structure? Answer, it is difficult for me to answer in general terms. As Her Honor mentioned, if I go about to describe all the details of the conditions, and at the time it was very difficult for us to fill the numbers of the brigade in terms of number and quality. So the answer is relative. We never reached quantitatively or qualitatively the level, the proper level of the brigade. We had to train the soldiers at a basic level, then on a group level, from squad, battalion, company, platoon, and so forth. So it was more or less an improvisation, because we could not make the brigade functional immediately we had to reach a satisfactory capacity that would be able to respond to a combat situation or facing the enemy forces. So in our condition, it was impossible to achieve the level of standard that a brigade of a NATO standard or of a country that has army forces would have.
Answer.
Yes.
Are we satisfied with the answer? Okay.
Yes, yes,
Okay, please proceed.
yes.
Question. This was the same thing might be said of 152 Brigade? Answer. May I? In realistic conditions, without claiming to have our brigades operating in full capacities, when Brigade 152 managed to become operational and operate in the terrain, Brigade 151, where I was, a brigade was still at the time of capacity building. I'm talking about the time, August of 1998.
Question was about Brigade 152, isn't it? Mr. Witness, please stick to the answer of 152, because there was he referring to. We discussed. No, but then just stick to 152. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Po zone operative.
Question, Lab Operations Zone, when was it created? Early June of 1998. In fact, it was set up earlier in 1995 with the establishment of the KLA at the end of 1994. It was, therefore, at the phase of the guerrilla. But in terms of organization, I would say 6th of June 1998, when it was uniformed and staying in improvised barracks in Zabrz, in the Mitrovica municipality. Question. Other than 151 and 152 Brigade, were there any other brigades in the lab operational zone? Answer. Brigade 153 was established in February 1999. Question. Taking into account that now we have 3 brigades set up with their relevant structures suitable for the time, was there any territorial division of their powers or in terms of controlling this territory? Answer. As I said, brigades operated in the rural areas, and the doctrine, I would say, even though it was not written, on the basis of which the KLA operated, was not to engage in urban warfare, but in rural areas. Therefore, to answer your question, if we take the zone from Pristina to Podujeva, where we mostly concentrate, the road axis that goes to Merdar, we divided the eastern area, which was Golak, and the western area, where we operated with 2 brigades. In the eastern area, it was Brigade 153 that was operating, whereas on the western flank, there were 2 brigades operating, 151 and 152. I have to mention here specificity of we had BIA as a guerrilla unit engaged more in the urban part of the territory. responsible for aspects that I will explain later, maybe. Thank you.
Pasi që e përmendët bien. Faktikisht zona operative e LAP
The LAP operation zone comprised 3 brigades, actually, and BIA you mentioned. What was the status, or in what capacity did BIA operate? Answer. From what I heard and later learned regarding this area, there was an agreement, an earlier agreement dating back to September 97, if I'm not mistaken, when the BIA guerrilla was entrusted the duty of operating in the urban areas to supply or to prepare the KLA regarding health issues, logistics, dealing with the refugees and sheltering them when they moved away, fled the cities and settled there, and other issues like information on the positions of the enemy forces and so on. That was what BIA was engaged in. We also had to deal with civil protection. Mohamed Latifi was responsible for that, and it was this civil defense was operating in the LAP zone and then LAP operation zone. Microphone for Your Honor, please.
Translation had not finished, Defense Counsel, but for my understanding, Mr. Witness says that was what BIA was engaged in, and then it said, page 16, line 13, we also had to deal with civil protection. If you are referring to we also had to deal with civil protection, we, is that BIA? Or are you talking about your brigade?
Yeah.
I meant the subzone in terms of time. We are talking about the subzone, which later became zone. I'm talking about the LAP operational subzone then and then zone. BIA is another structure. Civil protection is another structure.
By the Defense Counsel to elaborate in what capacity BIA operated. I understand that you understood that question as what are the tasks of BIA? That's what you wanted to know? Yeah, I see the Defense Counsel nodding. So then you give an explanation about BIA, and then you say something about civil protection, but that had nothing to do with BIA. Do I understand that well? That was not a task of BIA.
Yeah.
You understood it well. It is another structure, that BIA. But another duty of BIA was
Yeah? After I have asked you a question, because here it's not a free narrative. Yeah? But my point is that if you answer a question about BIA, then you stop there and you don't start talking about another brigade and its task, because then it becomes confusing. Yeah? You started to talk now about civil protection, but that had not at this moment in time anything to do with BIA. So don't share that with the panel. Just stick to the answering the questions. That's my point. We have today a limited amount of time. The defense has estimated 2 hours for your testimony. Yeah? If you go on talking, it could happen that they don't have enough time. So it's also for the benefit of the reason you are here that you stick to the questions. Thank you. Defense Counsel.
May I say something to complement my answer? Microphone, please.
Defense Counsel, ask you a question and then you can respond. I think that's the best way to proceed. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Zotri dëshmit,
Mr. Witness, the way I understood it, the lab operational zone as of February 99 had 3 brigades and you mentioned BIA and civil protection.
çfarë statusi ka?
What status did both have in the context of the operational zone of LAB?
Defense counsel, for me the question is not clear. What do you mean with what status?
Did the operational zone had any authority regarding to the BIA and this civil protection?
Okay. I would suggest that you formulate it in that way for the witness, just to be clear and also for the record.
Zona operative.
Question, did LAB operational zone have any commanding power over BIA and civil defense? Answer, both BIA and the civil protection were part of the LAB operational zone, initially subzone and then zone. Now I will refer to it as LAB operational zone. So BIA was a civilian structure, unarmed, and its duty was to support the KLA. So from the urban area, I didn't mention that it also dealt with the volunteers. They had a duty to guide these volunteers. Also, they were responsible for medical, logistical services, like auxiliary, let's say, service to meet the needs of the brigades and the LAB operational zone. Question, what was the duty or tasks of the civilian defense? Answer, the civil defense was organized on the basis of territories, like villages, local communities, and they set up units based on territorial division to mobilize to support the active forces of the LAB operational zones as that were part of brigades, structured into brigades.
Ju a keni qenë komandanti brigadës 151 deri
Question, were you a commander of the 151 Brigade until the end of the war? Answer. Sometime after mid-August until December, mid-December, I had the duty of commander of 151, but I was also chief of the operatives together with Kadri Kasrati, the zone commander. From that time, that is mid-December, I can't be precise, I was appointed as Chief of Staff of LAB Operational Zone. 1998.
A mund të na e tregoni strukturën udhëhece të zonës operative të LAB-it?
What about the staff of the LAB Operational Zone?
What is the question for the witness?
The question.
Could you
LAB
please
operational zone.
Could you please reformulate the whole question? That's more clear for the records.
Në kuadër
In the context of the LAB Operational Zone staff or headquarters, what commanding positions were there in place then? There was the zone commander, the highest authority, deputy commander, chief of staff, and the leaders of the sectors or chief of sectors, commanders of the brigades and other subsidiary services. Subsidiary units, subordinate units. With the establishment of brigades, namely 151, 152, 153, did these brigades, in the context of these brigades, was there a military unit, police as well? Formally, yes. We had a military police created then. When you say formally, what do you mean? Didn't they operate or what? They operated, of course, but we had the brigades, but I'm talking about the quantitative and qualitative aspect. Every brigade formally had its military police at the level of the squad, whose duties were to keep order and take care of military rules in the brigade and in the zone. As commander, did you have any authority over the military police in the context of the brigade? Answer, yes, because they were part of the brigade, but they had their own duties regarding order and military discipline that they had to apply in the context of the operational zone of the brigade. Question, did the brigade have strict rules that any soldier had to abide by? Yes. As general staff, from the general staff, we received some rules. Those that we didn't have, we tried to develop ourselves. We, as superiors, on the basis of our expertise, tried to develop such rules so that we could have them in place to maintain order and respect, discipline in the brigade and in the subordinate units. Question, in case someone failed to respect these rules, did the military police have the authority to detain such KLA soldiers? Yes, it did have that authority. Question, in the context of Brigade 151, whose brigade commander you were, was there any instance when the military police detained some soldiers? Answer, yes. Yes, of course, I can't single out a single case because that was their competence or their power. Question. When military police, let's say, detains some soldier for breaking the rules, wasn't the military police report to you about such a thing as commander? Answer, yes, of course.
You're already implying it wasn't the military report to you about. You can just make an open question. You already answered, but don't put already the answer in your question. Open questions.
Question. pursuant to the rules of the lab operational zone, if it happened that the police detained some person, was it supposed to report on that to someone? You mean some military person? Yes, military person, of course. Yes, answer, it did. If the person broke the rules or violated the order, military discipline, it took measures and reported based on the commanding chain, based on our possibilities, of course, how the system operated and functioned. Question. In the context of the brigade, was there anyone who was responsible and who decided also to detain someone after the person was detained by the military police, and how long that detention might be? Answer. The military police had the power, just a regular police, to apprehend someone at a time as was foreseen in the rules. Now I have forgotten, I can't be very specific what the rule prescribes. So they had to respect that or to comply with that rule. So it was not a must for them to inform me how they implemented the military rules in case of some infraction or some other misdemeanor by anyone. But that didn't mean that they had immediately to report to the brigade commander on a violation, which might be a minor one.
No, I would say the question was there anyone responsible and who decided to detain someone after he was detained by the military police? So the military police detained somebody, and afterwards, was there somebody responsible for the detention of that person? And who was that? We are not talking about infractions or misdemeanor, but was there somebody responsible after that, and who was that?
I'm not talking only in cases when the military police detained someone. We didn't have a prosecution office or courts.
You don't have to talk about other things. A question is posed to you, and then you should give an answer to it, or tell us that you don't know, if you don't know, of course, but not elaborate on something else. And I repeat, and I say it also to the Defense Council, we have the time at our disposal that we have. So if you come up with a question, I expect you to elicit on that specific point an answer from Mr. Witness. And your question was very clear and was in the line of what you were asking him. The military police, arrest, and what happens after, who's responsible? That's, I see your point in this aspect. Plus, please try to elicit the answers you were looking for, apparently.
Mr. Witness, once again, after the military police act, was there a person responsible who decided that that person was to be arrested by that police? Answer. The military police had its own powers. It could conduct detentions. In case of a major breach, there was a disciplinary commission that decided. It was not a matter of authority to decide on detention or not. Question. These disciplinary commissions were ad hoc commissions or were set up from before? The members of such commissions, were they appointed? Answer. they were set up in conformity with the disciplinary rules for the KLA.
Defense counsel, I just note that the witness is not answering your question. It's your examination in chief or your direct examination. So I leave it to you because I don't think it's here my obligation. The panel can ask questions afterwards, but I just note that I see this happening. Please proceed.
Question. Mr. Witness, once again, please. These commissions, pursuant to your rules, were they ad hoc commissions set up on a case-by-case basis, or were they established earlier to deal with such cases, in case of detained persons, soldiers, I mean? Answer. This was the power of the military police. In cases of other violations related to military discipline, that was the duty of the disciplinary commission. These commissions or committees were formed in compliance with the rules, disciplinary rules. That's my answer. Question. These commissions, after carrying out the procedures foreseen, did they have the right to detain a soldier for a longer time period?
Eu não campo essas competências.
No, they didn't. You mentioned the civil defense. In the context of the brigade, did the civil protection have the duty to report to the brigade? Answer. The civilian protection acted on the basis of territorial organization. It had its own commander, but at the same time, it was a subordinate of the operational zone. Did the civil protection have the authority to detain civilians for various reasons in case they suspected illegal activity? Answer. There have been instances when the civil protection, in case of evildoers, has operated and has invited the military police to help it in certain cases when it had to deal with some violation. We were responsible for the areas under our supervision. Question. So it turns out that the military police had the authority to detain civilians as well. Answer. As the case might be, when they had created problems in certain instances presented by the civilian protection to certain authorities in the operational zone, then the brigade military police operated in those cases too. Question. Did it apply the same procedure in the case of soldiers and civilians when it came to their detention? Answer. Almost the same, I would say. But priority of this police was to maintain order and respect rules in the context of the formations of the military structure of the KLA, but also of the civilian in addition to the military police, was there any other authority that had the right to detain soldiers or civilians in the territory under the responsibility of the brigade? Answer. Usually, the evildoers, let's say, or offenders were identified by the civilian protection, and they undertook the first acts, whereas the military police then processed the cases.
A dini do një rast
Do you know of any instance or case when the military police detained civilians of Brigade 151, I mean? Answer, yes. I was myself involved in one case. It was a training procedure in Bangor when a civilian pulled out his weapon and directed it towards our positions, that is the positions of the KLA in Potok. And he was detained, arrested, disarmed for that, and we kept him detained because he posed a direct threat to the soldiers. It was fortunate that they were maintained their calm, didn't counterattack, let's say, didn't operate, and we kept him for some time.
kush ka vendos për lirimin e tij?
Who decided on his release? The highest level,
I shtabit.
the staff.
Shtabit të
Which staff? It was in the context of the military police, but since it was a more serious case, involving an armed person, that in that case the decision was taken at a higher level.
The question has already been posed. Please don't circle around it, Mr. Witness. No, I'm going to tell you. The question is asked, which staff, and then please give an answer. It's not necessary. No, listen to me. I was just, don't circle around it. And I would say, don't waste time. Just give an answer to the question. Please.
Since it was a serious case that I mentioned, that is an attempted attack, let's say, against the forces, it was the zone command that decided. Then he was freed, of course.
You could have just said that in one sentence, and we don't need 5 sentences for that.
Nëse mund të shpjegoj për raste të tjera ku
If I may explain other cases when we had
the questions of the defense counsel. And if he wants to know that, then you will be given the floor to explain to us.
Fine. Question. Do you know within the operational zone law whether there were any detention centers? I'm referring to the period January 1999 until June 1999.
ku ka qenë ajo qendër?
Question. Where was this center? In La Pashtica. Question. If the military police detained within the 151 Brigade and was decided that that person should be detained for a longer period of time, does that mean that he was sent to La Pashtica? Answer. Yes. He should have been sent to La Pashtica because we had no other detention centers. Question. The order for that person to be sent to the detention center in La Pashtica, whose duty was it to issue such an order? Answer. I said that that was the power of the military police. Question, from your answers, I understand, as I understand it, the only authority within the brigade was the military police who could decide on the detention and the release of people. Answer, yes. Question, thank you, Mr. Witness. As a commander of 151 Brigade, did you have contacts with the members of BI unit? Answer, I did on one occasion in the zone. It was Rahman Dine. Yes. I don't remember 2 or 3 cases at the moment. He came to the zone for medical reasons because he was ill, so he needed some support to send him outside of the zone to Baigor. And the other case was when he brought either medical services, so doctors or medications, or new recruits, new volunteers. This is what I remember from. I'm not so sure, it might, or he might have also been in B. I'm not so sure. Question, which period are you referring to? When? Answer, 1998.
Po gjatë vitit 1990.
Question, during 1999, did you have any contacts with members of BIA?
Po.
Answer, yes. After Kosovo was liberated, I did have contacts with them. Question, from January 1999 until June 1999, did you have any contacts with BIA members?
Pass.
Answer, from the second part of May or the end of war, I was sent with other patients to Macedonia. I was engaged with them. When I returned,
June 1999. Did I understand that well? So please answer about that period and don't start talking about May, Macedonia. I mean, just, huh?
Fine.
In that period.
You can also talk about the period before and then say.
Microphone, please, Your Honor. Specifically, I'm referring to mid-June. That is the period when I met one person from that unit. Question, Mr. Witness. As a commander of the brigade, when you needed supplies, who did you ask for the supplies for, whether it be food, clothes, medications?
Normal.
Answer, these were within the brigade and within the zone. There are different medications or food supplies. So the personnel that was in charge of recruiting, they had direct contacts with members of BIA who operated in urban zones of the city. So Pristina, Obilic, and Fushkosov. Question. once more, so that it's a bit clearer, personally, did you ever address anyone, or who did you address? Who did you talk to in case you needed supply? As a commander of the answer, as a commander of the brigade, I had my subordinates who were responsible for medications, for logistics. When I addressed them, when I spoke to them, they had their own connections, they had own contacts with members of BIA who operated in urban areas. Question. So they put you in, they had those contacts in relation to answer, yes, for supplies and other necessities. Question. At the time when you were the chief of staff in lab operational zone, do you know who was heading the sector for morale and politics? That was Fatmir Humoli at the time. Fatmir Humoli.
So for our understanding, about which period are you now talking? You already gave us the time frame, but can you repeat that?
Yes, I'm referring to the periods. I cannot remember it exactly. Question, Mr. Witness.
Search. I don't want you to give a date, but and a year.
I think that might be end of 1998, 1999, if I can refer to that period, or if I have to refer to a time period.
If you say end of 1998 and then 1998.
Microphone, please.
1999. What do you mean with 1999? Beginning of 1999, the first 3 months, the first 4 months, till the end of April, till the 10th of April?
Until the beginning of April, because after that I was wounded, and so I wasn't very functional from then on.
Give an answer to the question. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Yeah, thank you.
Question, Mr. Witness. From January 1999 until April 1999, were you at the lab operative zone the whole period? Were you stationed there at the headquarters of the lab operative zone? Did you stay at the headquarters? Answer, we had the command was in La Pashtica. A representative part or a central part was there, whereas the operative part of the staff was in Katuniști, where I was also stationed, and deputy commander. We also had the radio communication there. So the cooperation between the units in the service aspect was separate from the zone command as a commanding center, this staff, this headquarter, or this operative center. I was there as the chief of staff and deputy commander, Kadri Castrate. Question, the same period, January, April 1999, the leaders, the heads of the sectors within the staff, did they also stay at the headquarters of the command in Lapashtids? Or answer, yes, in Lapashtids. They stayed in Lapashtids most of the time. But some of them, for example, logistics, had a separate building. Medical services was stationed at the military. So they had, based on their duties, military duties, they had to stay at the command. It doesn't mean that the command, that they were at the command all the time. They carried out their own duties, whether they be logistics or medical or other duties that they had to carry out. Question, the same period, January, April 1999, did you know all soldiers who were assigned as heads of sector? Answer, the ones who were assigned as heads of the sectors. Did you know Valyon Murati? Answer, yes. Do you know his position? As far as I know, he was in information. As far as I know, he dealt with information for a certain period of time. You said a certain period of time. Until which time was he engaged in these duties? Answer, I think more, if I'm not mistaken, in 1998, I'm not very certain. Question, did you know the head after Valyon Murati left, the one who arrived after Valyon Murati? Answer, I don't remember. Was it Sela? I'm not very certain.
To clarify the relevance for the defense case. And if you go too much into the core, wait. If you go too, then I have to usher out the witness. Do you think it's better that I usher him out? Because I don't know what you're going to say.
No, I'm not going, no. Sure.
Please. It's better that I usher him out. Okay, very well.
Maybe it's better.
Okay, thank you. No,
Never
that's,
know.
Okay. Mr. Witness, I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out. We discuss a question and then you will be asked to come back. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court-Usher. Defense Counsel, please.
This one witness, it is mentioned in this trial that he was appointed after the Valyon Murati on that position. Yeah, and I want to know, does this witness this witness know that previous witness was appointed on that position?
Yeah. And why do you think it's important to know that?
Because the indictment is connecting with that witness.
Okay, it's still not completely clear for me, but if you are convinced of the relevance, let us proceed, Madame Court-Usher. Yes. Could you bring the witness in? Thank you, Mr. Witness. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Question, Mr. Witness, you mentioned only the name, Seda. I believe it is a pseudonym? Answer, I knew some of them by pseudonyms and others by full names, so yes, it could be his pseudonym.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, for the period January-June 1999, did you know who was heading the BIA unit? Or a commander of the BIA unit? Answer, that was Salih Mustafa. Question, during this time period, January-June 1999, did you ever meet him personally? Commander Salih. Answer, I didn't know him personally. I knew that I knew about his role and about his position.
gjatë periudhës kohore janar
Question, during this period, January-June 1999, were you ever in Zlash village?
Po, kam qenë.
Answer, yes. Before I left, or when I set off, when the wounded were transported to Macedonia. So the last preparations that were made, we passed by the village. I passed by the village.
Pjesa
Most probably second part of May 1999.
Thank you.
Parax,
Question. Before this period, you were never there. Answer, no. Question. Did you communicate with the staff of the Brigade 153? Answer, yes. The first occasion was when Sedriveseli, the person in charge of the brigade, it was in Katunisht. He was in Katunisht. I don't know exactly when. Most probably February or March, I'm not very certain. Or most probably February, because that is when it was for. It was a very short meeting. Question, which month, which year was it? Answer, 99. Question, did you ever meet any other military person from Brigade 153 or only with the Deputy Commander Seydi? Answer, yes. Also, in May, when we were preparing to be transported, when we passed through Zlash, I met Adem Shehu and again the Deputy Commander Seydi Veseli. Question. During the period February, April 1999, were you at the command of the lab operational zone personally, physically?
shkurt,
Answer, February, April 1999, of course, at the lab operational zone, command. Question, yes. Answer, yes. Question, did you see any person being brought there to be detained, to be placed in the detention center in La Pashtica? Answer, I don't remember. Question, did you see an order from Brigade 153 that ordered a detention of a person and for that person to be sent to detention center in La Paștița? Answer, no. Question, did you hear about such an order issued by 153 Brigade? Answer, I'm not certain which order you are referring to. Question, did you ever hear of an order being issued? Answer, just any order. Question, Mr. Witness, in your statement you mentioned month of April when you were wounded. Could you tell us the date you were wounded or injured? 10th of April 1999. Question,
Approaching 11 o'clock, if you are now going into this issue, I think it's better that we do it after the break, because then we really enter into the moment of the break. And I think that for everybody in the courtroom and also in the interpreters, it's important and the stenographer to respect the time, the breaks we have set. Yes?
Okay, yes.
Um,
Thank you.
So, Mr. Witness, what we will do now is have a break for half an hour. Yes, and after that we will ask you to come back to continue with your testimony. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Defense Counsel, how much time do you estimate that you still need for your direct examination?
Approximately 50 minutes.
Oh yeah, thank you. Let me see. For the SPO, would you prefer that I prolong the break now for the preparation of the cross-examination to have some more time at disposal, or that we do it when the defense counsel has finished the examination?
Your Honor, as the scope of the cross-examination is yet to be determined, because we don't know
Yes,
what
I
will
see
be
that.
elicited in the next session, and the counsel said 50 minutes, so many things might be elicited. I would prefer to have a break after the defense counsel is done, and then after the break we'll resume with the cross.
That's and also it will give us all the opportunity to at that time to read some more the documents the SPO has provided us with, so also for the defense and for the panel and for the victims counsel. Very well, we will now have a break till 11 o'clock and the hearing is adjourned.
Right. All rise.
Welcome back. And before I usher the witness in, I will call appearances. And I see that we are in the same composition, so that's noted. And a clarification with regard to the transcript. Did the defense counsel intend to say 50 minutes or 15 minutes?
1-5.
I understood that too, to be honest. Very well. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We would just ask one clarification question to the panel regarding the unsworn statement of the accused. And the question was, the third question was, will he be willing to answer questions of the panel? And the question we have about that is, excuse me, are those questions related to that unsworn statement?
I don't know yet what's in the unsworn statement.
No, I understand.
It could be also about the unsworn statement, but it would be much broader.
Okay, that is just
And I assume that the unsworn statement is related to the indictment, so I think it will overlap. And
no, we just wanted to make sure that if the unsworn statement is one thing and the questions here are only related to that unsworn statement or not. But
it
I mean,
could be
whatever.
related to everything.
Okay, thank you very much. That's
Everything within the framework
of course.
of the indictment.
Clear.
And what has been shared here in the courtroom regarding the case of the SPO and the defense case.
Right.
And what the Victims' Council has brought to us.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Very well. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Ibishi. We will continue with the examination by the Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Zotëri dëshmitar, para se
Question, Mr. Witness, before we continue with the questions concerning your wounding, I wanted to go back to two small issues. You mentioned Rahman Dini earlier in the hearing. In the period January-June 1999, do you know to which brigade he belonged, Rahman Dini? Answer, no, I don't know. Question, do you know where he was staying or where he was stationed during this time period? Answer, I know he was an activist. He would come to us in civilian clothes, so I suppose that he was in Bia. Answer, yes, you stated this, but do you know where he was stationed during this time period? Answer, he was with us. He was in Baigora for a visit, and I don't know where he was staying for the rest of the time. I suppose in Pristina. Question, thank you, Mr. Witness. the BIA unit, do you know if this unit had the right to arrest and detain individuals? Answer: as far as I know, the BIA unit was a civilian structure, unarmed, had support duties to the active part of the KLA and the civilian defense, and as I mentioned earlier, carried out all those activities that I mentioned earlier in our favor, and in addition provided us with information on the positions of the Serb forces in the town and in the urban areas. Question. So my question again, did it have the right to arrest and detain individuals? Answer: no. Question. Thank you. Mr. Witness, you told us that you got wounded on the 10th of April 1999. Can you tell us how did this happen? Answer: after we had erected fortifications in order to protect the displaced population from Podujev and the Lap Valley, and which was situated in the valley of Toricic, I and certain co-fighters decided to build these fortifications and to position units there. So at the time of the attack, we joined the forces. In the meantime, we had gone to visit the refugees, but I noticed that the enemy was coming into our direction. So during the exchange of fire, of course, they had heavy weaponry, they had APCs, Praga. So in this exchange of fire, myself and Kaplan Parduzzi were wounded. However, we managed to repel the Serbian forces and prevent their penetration into the area where the population was and where they could commit massacres. Question. Once you were wounded, where did you get your medical treatment? Answer: on the site initially, because we had to stay there until we won or repelled the Serbian forces. First aid was administered to me by a student of medicine. But later on, as the situation deteriorated, we were both seriously injured, especially Kaplan. We had to take measures to find transport and go to the medical center in the eastern part in Potok, western part, correction. Question. Were you transported to Potok? Answer: yes, the transport was organized with all accompanying security measures because the situation began to escalate. It was a time when the Serb forces undertook actions to ethnically cleanse the area. I'm talking about the 10th of April 1999, the Operation Horseshoe for the ethnic cleansing. So the positions would change. They brought a lot of forces, so we needed these security measures for the transport.
The question was, were you transported to Potok? I think that was the question. And if clarification is needed, Defense Counsel will ask you. Defense Counsel, please proceed.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, were you transported to Potok? Answer, yes. Question, when did this occur? The day you were injured? Trans Answer, no, since the transport was very complicated in those conditions.
It suffices when you say, when did this occur? And then the witness can give an answer. It's not necessary to already give an answer on what day. I mean, the question was very clear.
Answer, I was wounded on the 10th of April 1999, and the transport began in the evening of that day. So I was wounded during the day, and the transport began at about 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. within the same day. And it ended within 48 hours or 2 days. Question, you said that the transport lasted for approximately 2 days. How far in kilometers is it? Answer, not very far in kilometers, but considering the weather conditions, the conditions of the road, and the fact that we had to avoid any direct clashes since we were wounded, the distance is about 20 kilometers, and there were no roads. It was mountainous area, and we also had to take breaks because of the wounds we had, the two of us. So these breaks were recommended by the medical personnel. Question, with what kind of means of transport were you transported? Answer, with a tractor. The trailer was covered with a tarpaulin, not up to the destination itself, but up to Rimanisht. And from Rimanisht, we got another transport. Both of us were transported by a jeep vehicle, and we went to the western part. We passed the main road and arrived in Potok. If I need to explain the whole route, I don't know if it's necessary. Question, yes, you can explain it to us, Mr. Witness. Answer, so we left from Turicic, then village of Rakinic, and I know these villages because I'm from there. Then Blat, Kalatic, Brahin, Orlan, Balaban, Kolic, Halabak. In Halabak, we stopped during the journey. I don't know how many times and where exactly, but one of these stops, which were longer, was in Halabak. It is close to Belopoi. Then from there we went to Rimanisht village. There we had a break. There we changed means of transport. We passed the main road with security measures and got on to Lupch and the upper La Pastita area, Kodrari and those parts, until we reached our final destination, Potok. Question, from Turicic to Rimanisht, do you remember how long was this section of the journey? Answer, I don't remember exactly, but about 3 or 4 hours. We stopped at Kalatica, a birth village of mine, where we got some food supplies, and then we were escorted by them until the other part, but I cannot tell you exactly. I would say about 30 hours or even more.
nga Rimanishta.
Question. From Rimanisht to Potok, were you escorted by the same soldiers who escorted you from Turicic to Rimanisht? Answer. I cannot assess.
Your headphones. Can you take off your headphones, and I will ask Madame Kortasher to usher you out. We need to discuss something. Thank you for that. Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honors, so far the evidence that has been deduced from this witness, and I have it on page 42 of the preliminary transcript, says not about escorting persons, but says the following. The transport was organized with all accompanying security measures because the situation began to escalate. So now you only have this very general line that transport was organized with security measures. So we don't know whether that means some people escorting, any escort whatsoever, maybe something else, but it's still not in evidence. Again, page 42, lines 23 to 24.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense Counsel, I would suggest that you clarify what is meant with security measures. Yeah? Very well. Madame Kortasher, could you bring the witness in again? Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, you told us that in relation to your transport, every security measure was taken. Do you remember which were the security measures that were taken? Answer. In the sense of security related to transport and to the march route that we had to pass. So one of the officers that was with us had to deal with that. We were not in position to deal with that. We had a medical condition. We were wounded, myself and Kaplan Parduzi, and could not deal with that.
Mr. Witness, what were the security measures taken when you were traveling?
First of all, to avoid any contact with areas under Serbian control. Of course, first one would need to collect information whether the certain route was safe and secure. And that is why it was not secure. It could happen that one village would be in a very short time occupied by Serbian forces. So the security was related to transport and to our own personal security so that we avoid any potential ambush. So security in movement and security of the route that we took.
Who was escorting the people, the wounded people, you and Mr. Parduzi?
Po unë jashtë
I was not able to see who was outside, but inside there was a medical person, the student of medicine, now Dr. Enver Hoca. There was an assistant nurse, and Latif Gashi was also nearby, who undertook security measures. And outside, I couldn't see because the trailer was covered with a tarpaulin due to the weather conditions. It was raining all the time.
Please proceed.
Si e dini ju që edhe jashtë pas
Question, how do you know that there was someone outside too? Answer, even I was in the front part of the trailer, but we could hear voices of people asking, how are you? Are you feeling good? So, in addition to the medical personnel that was there taking care of us.
kur mbrit në Rim?
Question, when you arrived in Rimanisht, how long did you stay there to rest? Do you remember? We arrived in Halavak first, and then I realized that we were there. There was a Kadri Avdiu, superior of the KLA, that accommodated us for a while until we were given medical treatment, HIV and so, drips. I don't know for sure how long we stayed there. I think we remained there for the rest of the night. We slept there. Whereas the next night we stayed in Rimanisht until preparations were made to go to the western part and cross the main road Pristin-Podujev or Medar.
If you are asked about Rimanisht, why do you answer about Halabak? The question was not about Halabak, so please focus your question on what you are asked. Your answer on what you are asked. Defense Counsel, please proceed.
Nëse ka mundësi kryesu
Can I, Your Honor, explain?
Defense Counsel, please proceed.
Me çfarë mjeti transport?
Question, can you tell us how were you transported from Rimanish to Potok? By what means of transportation? Answer, after the necessary preparations were made to ensure our passage, because the main road was controlled by the Serb forces, we had to stay in Rimanish on the second night. I'm talking about the second night. During the first night, we stayed in Halabak, near Velopoi, for that night. This I found out later, I didn't know. Question, I am asking you, what means of transportation was used from Rimanish? There was a jeep. I don't remember, and a driver, co-fighter, Skander Krasniki. Question, do you recall whether these soldiers that you accompanied you to Rimanish continue to do so after Rimanish to Potok? No. I think there were other soldiers, even though I was unable to ascertain what was happening outside, because I was inside. I lost a lot of blood. I wasn't feeling good, and I had problems with my stomach. I had 2 wounds, so I had to lay down, and I couldn't see. And usually, as I said, it was night, and I couldn't communicate with anyone. So I don't know whether there were other people there escorting us.
Kur mbrit në
Question, when you arrived in Potok, where were you accommodated? Answer, in the military hospital. but we had problems there before arriving in Potok because the Serb forces were nearby, and even though it was dark at night, they started to fire with weapons, pragan, artillery weapons. So they took us to Lesse and sent us to the military hospital in Potok.
Your Honor, with your permission, I will kindly ask the court officer to put in screen the document DSM 00473, building of the hospital in Potok.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Question. Mr. Witness, do you see a photo on the screen in front of you? Answer yes.
Në pjesën e poshtme të
In the right-hand side, in the lower part, there is your name and last name. Is it your signature? Answer yes. Question. Can you tell us what does it depict? It was the premise of a school, of an elementary school. Since there were no students during the wartime, it was used as a makeshift military hospital.
Po njëkohësisht kanë
But civilians too were treated there.
court officer, please, the second picture
Please proceed.
with DSM 00474. No rotate and one.
I think it needs to be rotated.
Yeah, it's okay. Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, do you see the second photo in front of you? Yes. Question. Your name and last name is yours and your signature? Yes. Can you show us what does it depict? Answer. It shows the same building but from another angle. And there is a commemorative plaque for those that the medical staff that gave a contribution to treating people, and also the people that were treated there, including civilians. If you can zoom it, please, a little bit.
I will proceed with third and last picture.
Very well, Defense Counsel. Mr. Court Officer, please,
The court
you can
officer-
move to the third picture.
Please remove this and put the DSM 00475. Okay. Zoti dëshmitar.
Mr. Witness, if you allow me, that shows the lab operation zone, and this is where the military hospital was operating. It shows the time from the 15th of September 1999 to 30th of April 1999, and it shows that 430 operations were carried out there, 2,708 medical visits, and 118 members were engaged to work in the work of the hospital, and that's the health sector. Question. So this plaque is a symbol and a commemorative sign for all those who are treated there and for the contribution of the medical staff to the soldiers and to the civilians of that area, because they were displaced people from other part, that is from Podujev and other areas that were occupied by the Serb forces. Question: how long did your treatment in this hospital last? How long did you stay there? Answer: I don't remember the exact time, but it may have been, even though in difficult condition, it may have lasted 3 weeks, I think. I tried to work even in that, though I was in that condition, because it was a time of military operations undertaken by the Serb forces to cleanse the area of the population, displacing about 700,000 people from Kosovo. It was a very sensitive time, and I had to leave the hospital even though I was not fully recovered. Question: Mr. Witness, was there at the time that you were there Kaplan Parduzzi? Answer: yes, because we were treated at the same time, operated on and treated there together. Do you recall who left the hospital before? I was the first to leave it. Question: after you left the hospital, did you still need further medical treatment? Answer: yes. Did you receive that treatment? Answer: yes, I continued to receive it, but my Kaplan Parduzzi was in a worse condition, because at this time it was not possible to make further surgeries on him. So his wounds started to deteriorate, to smell, and to get septic. So it was critical for him to get further treatment. Do you remember where you went for the second treatment? Answer: the second treatment took place in the second part of May, I think, I'm not certain, in Macedonia, because the first attempt was not successful for them to go to Macedonia. Even though I was not feeling very well, I had to organize, to make all the arrangements for them to go. There were 3 people that were sick. 2 were wounded, 1 was very sick. So it was Parduzzi, who couldn't move, Kaplan, and the deputy commander of the Brigade 152, who had this muscle dystrophia, and another one from Karadak area. So we had to urgently take them to Macedonia for medical interventions.
Defense Counsel, I've seen that you have used 1 hour and 45 minutes for you to know.
Yeah.
Mr. Witness, did you personally take medical treatment in Macedonia? Answer: yes. Question: was it at the same time with the soldiers you referred to? Answer: yes, at the same time. Question: did you remember how long it took you for that medical treatment? Answer: it lasted a few days. Korab continued to stay there in Batush with the deputy commander of Brigade 152, Shaban Shala, and Afrim, who was also wounded, whereas me, I had to return to Kosovo. Thank you.
with my counsel.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Thank you. Your Honor, we don't have more question for the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Zotrid Schmidt.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much. Defense has no further questions for you.
Okay, we will now take a break. Mr. Witness, I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out of the courtroom. And after the lunch break, which will take approximately an hour, the Specialist Prosecution Office will continue with its cross-examination. Okay. I wish you a good lunch break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Very well. We will have now a break till 1:15. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Welcome back again. I see that we are in the same composition. We note that for the record. Defense Counsel, you would like to have the floor? Please.
Briefly, Your Honor, to inform you that it would be then 19th of May, regarding the unsworn statement of the accused, that the time duration would be 2 hours, and lastly, that he is willing to to answer questions of the panel. That is without, of course, prejudice to any rights of the accused, but that is obvious. Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. And if there would be any change in that, obviously, we will inform, but this is where we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Then we have to do the following. Before I give the floor to the SPO for its cross-examination, the panel will render an oral order regarding the items that the SPO intends to use during its questioning. The SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated 11 April 2022 at 16 minutes past 9 in the morning to use two newly disclosed items in its cross-examination of defense witness 1000. The material concerned was disclosed immediately thereafter at 9:28. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items have been discovered by the SPO in recent days in preparation for the witness cross-examination. The panel also finds that the material is not lengthy and that the defense and victims' counsel have had sufficient time to study it. Further, the defense does not oppose the use of these items by the SPO. Accordingly, the panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously and authorizes the SPO to use it during its cross-examination of defense witness 1000 pursuant to paragraph 31 on the decision on the conduct of proceedings, which is filing 170. This concludes the panel's oral order. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
I have no transcript, Your Honor.
Oh. I will have
I mean,
somebody look at it.
Yeah. So.
Now, very well. It's good that it is resolved. Let me see if my one is working. Yes. Okay, very well. Madame Court Usher, could you please usher the witness in? Thank you. And as she's doing that, we will now do 1.5 hour session for your information. Welcome back, Mr. Ibishi.
Thanks.
Floor to Mr. Prosecutor in order for him to start with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecution Office. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Mr. Ibishi, good afternoon. How?
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
Conduct the interview, this cross-examination with you. And as we have limited time, I would kindly ask you to focus on my questions and answer directly to my questions. If you would digress or if you make any comments which do not pertain to the essence of my question, I will need to stop you and we'll come back to the issue at stake. This is also in view of streamlining your examination for the benefit of this panel. Do you understand that, Mr. Ibishi? You have to say yes or no, because the nodding doesn't go into the record.
Yes, yes.
I would like to clarify with you, Mr. Ibishi, just a few minor points pertaining to your testimony that you have given today. And I would like to start with page 53, line 8 of today's transcript. You indicated therein the person whose nickname was Korab or Korabi. Do you understand? Do you remember saying that nickname?
Po.
Yes.
Whose nickname is it? Could you give us full name and surname of Korab or Korabi?
Kaplan Pardu.
Kaplan Parduzzi.
Earlier today, we were discussing the transportation of yourself to the KLA hospital in Potok. Do you remember that? It is on pages 42, line 2, and it ends on page 49, line 8. So do you remember talking about this transportation of yourself and
Po.
Korab?
Yes. Yes.
While discussing this trip, you were asked about the person or persons who were escorting you during that trip. And you said on page 47, lines 7 to 8, the following thing. And Latif Gashi was also nearby, who undertook security measures. Do you confirm that, Mr. Ibishi?
Po.
Yes.
Could you tell the court what was the position of Latif Gashi at that time in the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Jesz
He was the chief of intelligence and counterintelligence within the lab operative zone.
In the Lab Operative Zone Command, this is what you are saying?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Ibishi, did Latif Gashi have any nickname or nom de guerre during the war?
Ljata. Po.
Yata. Or Fati.
Mr. Ibishi, do you remember giving the statement to the defense in 2021? In this case.
Po.
Yes. I might not remember everything, but partially.
We have the copy of the statement, and this is the statement dated 28th of May 2021. When you gave that statement, Mr. Ibishi, did you tell the truth to the defense counsel?
Po. No to za sam.
Yes, because I have to say the truth.
Did you describe the events in that statement to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Po. No to inne.
I think I did so. I might have not included some things. I had no reason not to tell the truth.
Statement, Mr. Ibishi?
Po.
Yes.
With the permission of your honors, I would like to kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to put on the screen part of the defense statement, DSM 00460 to 00475, page 8.
Please proceed, Mr. Court Officer.
the line would start with the words Latif Gashi. It is the answer. Yes, it's here. It's visible. It's shortly before the next question. So, Mr. Ibishi, in that statement to the defense, you said the following thing. Latif Gashi was in charge of looking around, and we were eventually evacuated and transported to the hospital. Did you say that, Mr. Ibishi?
Po.
Yes.
Macedonia, Falja, kom.
May I see the Albanian version, please?
Mr. Witness, why would you want to see the Albanian version? It has been translated to you in Albanian.
May I?
Question. We have here the English version, and it has been translated to you in Albanian. In the Albanian version, I suppose there will not be something different than what is written here.
I mean, the essence of my question, Mr. Ibishi, is that do you confirm that it was Latif Gashi who was in charge, as you said, of looking around during that trip from Turicice to Potok? This is my question. Was he in charge, as you stated to the defense?
May I have this translated into Albanian? I do understand English, but not that well. Only this part of the sentence.
Already been translated to you into Albanian, but I will ask Mr. Prosecutor if he can cite the text as it is stated in the defense witness statement again, in order for the interpreters to translate it.
Of course. So this part is in the context of your trip from Turicice to Potok, and you say Latif Gashi was in charge of looking around, and we were eventually evacuated and transported to the hospital. So, did you tell the truth to the defense, saying this?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. So we can take down this text. And I would like to also show the witness another document, Your Honors, pertaining to the same issue. If I may, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I would like to, in this case, I would like to show to the witness another statement, which is the records on the witness hearing before the investigating judge, witness Nureddin Ibishi, number HEP, numbers 65/2002, Latif Gashi et alia case, District Court of Pristina, 27th of August 2002. The numbers would be SPOE 0012356 to 0012357 And I would like to show the witness page number 12 with the number SPOE 0012357. Page 12. Mr. Ibishi, so this is your statement that you gave during to the investigating judge that you gave in the Latif Gashi et alia case. And on page 12, we have the following question and the following answer. Investigative judge, it is my understanding from your previous testimony that you were wounded in May. And you said in your reply, no, I was wounded on the 9th of April, and 2 or 3 days later, they sent me to military hospital in Potok with the assistance of Lata with his fellow soldiers. I would stop here. Do you confirm that you said that to the investigating judge?
Most probably because I signed it.
So is that true that it was Lata who assisted you during that transportation from Turicice to Potok? Do you confirm that?
Ja.
Yes.
The answer here deals with the nickname Lata. You said to this court before that Lata was the nickname of Latif Gashi. So are you referring to Latif Gashi in this part of the statement?
Ja.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Ibishi, I would like to change the topic slightly and discuss your injuries that you sustained. You spoke about it today during the battle. Could you tell the court a little bit more in detail about the nature or extent of wounds that you sustained at that time?
Yes. It was serious. The wounds were serious. It's not my issue to determine those, the doctors said, and also Praga was used, which is banned by international convention. So it's apart from direct impact, it also has an explosive projectile which causes serious consequences and serious injuries, and especially at civilian population. More specifically, it caused injuries to myself and to my co-fighter, so they are diagnosed as serious injuries.
The wounds that you sustained was serious. My question was, what exactly were those wounds on your body that you sustained? Could you tell the court which parts of your body were affected by that ammunition?
Two on my stomach and at the back, on my back, I still have shrapnel in my back, and also on my ear, I have a shrapnel of the explosive in my ear, from the projectile, actually.
As you said, your condition was assessed as serious. Is that correct?
Ja.
Yes.
At page 52 of the transcript, line 7 to 11, you also commented on the extent of wounds sustained by Kaplan Parduzzi, Korabi, and I would like to read it back to you, and I'll ask you kindly to comment on it. So you said the following thing. Kaplan Parduzzi was in a worse condition because at that time it was not possible to make further surgeries on him, so his wounds started to deteriorate, to smell, and to get septic. So it was critical for him to get further treatment. Did you say that today?
Yes, I said that.
So I understand that Mr. Parduzzi's condition was worse than yours. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Could you tell us, if you come back to the moment of your transportation from Turicice to Potok, try to visualize this moment for a second. Could you tell us what condition Mr. Parduzzi was during the transportation? Tell us what you remember.
We were both in serious condition. I cannot compare. It's difficult to compare and to assess who was in a more serious condition. He was in a more serious condition compared to me. We were both in serious conditions. And if we had not reached the military hospital on time and undergone surgery, we would have had sepsis as a result. So that was it. But despite the surgery, which took place 2 or 3 days later at the military hospital in Potok, his treatment slowed gradually. So from the 2 serious conditions, he was recovering slower than I did. So that's the description.
Later on, and I'm really happy that he recovered finally. I'm talking about this trip from Turicice to Potok. That was my question. So maybe I should be more specific. Do you know which wounds Mr. Kaplan Parduzzi Korabi sustained?
I'm not a doctor to give you a description of the treatment, but his injuries caused him to continue to have problems, internal problems, so it's not a matter of treatment. I'm not a doctor to be able to describe the degree. We are both disabled. We belong to the category of disabled. So you have a level that decides the degree of disability. I don't understand this aspect. It's offensive. Perhaps I should have brought photographs of how we were in that condition. But sincerely, I don't understand. It affects my integrity, and you're bringing me to a situation. This makes no sense.
Let me be clear, I'm not questioning your wounds, the extent of it. I'm not also questioning the extent and the severity of the wounds of Mr. Parduzzi. Don't get me wrong. I would like you to tell the court what you remember from that trip. So you are there in this cart. You told this court today that you were in the lying position. You were lying during that trip, correct?
Sir, we were lying down.
Yes. Nobody wants to be offensive towards you. I am here to look over that process, that everybody in this courtroom is treated with respect, and I won't allow for disrespectful behavior. But in this case, I can assure you that the question is an objective one in order to elicit some type of information. So please just answer the question, and I will take care that you're not treated in a disrespectful way, but you should answer the question as long as it is not disrespectful. And this is not disrespectful. It's just trying to elicit some information from you. So please, and it's no need to alterate for now.
Mr. Ibishi, so from your answers today, I understand that during that trip from Turicice to Potok, you yourself was in the lying position. Is that correct?
Yes, myself and Korab, and in a very serious condition. I don't think I can explain this better. And we were continually medically treated by the medical staff. I don't know how else I can describe it. Perhaps we should have been left on the side of the road to die there. Your Honor, this is discriminating.
Nis.
There is no reason
Nee.
to say these kind of things in reaction to what Mr. Prosecutor is saying.
Mr. Ibishi, I didn't want to offend you. My question was about your position. And your answer was that you were lying all the time.
On more offended.
I was offended.
Not my intention, Mr. Ibishi.
No.
Can I ask you a question? In which position was
So,
Mr. Kaplan Parduzi during that trip?
господин Саакашян
I don't know, the transport was very long. We were both wounded in our stomach, so we had to lie in a position that was less stressful for us. So, and we still have consequences because of that. I'm not a specialist to explain what was the degree of that. Perhaps I should have brought the photographs. If the panel would like to, I could bring the photographs that would directly represent the condition that we were in, and to be able to see the condition that we were in.
No, I will, Mr. Ibishi, what I would like is that you just answer the question. That's the only thing.
Okay.
If we would have liked to see pictures, we would have asked you.
Mr. Ibishi, did Kaplan Parduzi have any bandages on his body during that trip?
Yes, most probably he did, and so did I.
Parts of the body, did he have those bandages?
I saw him. His stomach was bandaged. I also had the bandages, and also on my ear. We were both continually bleeding, apart from other pain that we had, because it had to do with the injuries to the internal organs.
Mr. Ibishi, did Kaplan Parduzi have any bandages or any wound dressing on his head?
I do not remember.
Mr. Ibishi, today, during this trial, and we have it on page 47, lines from 8 to 11, you said the following thing about that trip from Turicice to Potok. And I'll quote your answer. And outside, I could not see because the trailer was covered with a tarpaulin due to weather conditions. It was raining all the time. Do you confirm that?
Yes, yes.
I would like to change the topic for a moment and discuss with you military formations within the lab operational zone. So today, you told us about Brigade 151, correct?
Yes.
It was 152, and the third one was 153. Is that correct?
Yes, but there's a difference in time when they were established, 151.
You told us about it today before that.
Correction, 153.
Was created in February 1999, if I remember well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There were also some questions from the defense on the unit code BIA. Do you remember those questions and your answers today?
Yes.
I'd like to clarify a few things about that particular unit, BIA. Was BIA subordinated to the LAP Operational Zone Command?
Oh.
Yes.
Would BIA report to the Operational Zone Command?
Yes, they were supposed to, but in reality, because of the distance of their location, of the location of the zone command and the staff, and the inability to travel to urban areas, because it was prohibited, because we would have been identified at the time. Certainly the officers who were wearing uniforms in the LAP operational zone, we were strictly prohibited from traveling because we lost 5 fighters. I can also mention their names. They were killed by the Serb forces because the urban zones, the travel to the urban zones was strictly prohibited, and the concept of our engagement, we did not want to open conflicts in urban zones because of the reprisals from the Serb forces towards the population, but also the geographical distance and our inability to enter urban zones. We could not exchange the reports or issue orders except for the cases when we needed their services.
I'm not suggesting that you as members of the Operational Zone Command should go to Pristina to talk to BIA, but maybe BIA members were coming to you as the Operational Zone Command to report. Was that happening or not?
It probably happened, but I did not have that occasion, apart from what I mentioned earlier, the accidental contact with this person who could have been from BIA, but he could have been from the command staff at the time when BIA was offering medical supplies for the needs of the units. It's not in the sense of the direct communication with me or with somebody from the command, but it's about the specific tasks that BIA did for the LAP operational zone.
Clarify one thing. Today, earlier on, you mentioned that you contacted somebody who could be from BIA, and you gave the name Rahmandini. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your understanding from BIA, did anybody else during the war report to you?
Before me, no, I wouldn't say report, but provide services or conduct services, different services within the LAP operation zone. So let me not repeat what I've already mentioned before.
Could you later on give us the reference with regards to Rahmandini? It's in the transcript of today. But,
Yes, I'll do it at the first opportunity, Your Honors. Who would BIA members take the orders from?
They had their tasks described. They were active even before the zone was formed on a militarily, let's say.
I'm interrupting you, sir, but I would like to understand, let's talk about the period of 1999. from January until the end of the conflict, who would BIA take orders from within that period of time?
Jag ska passa på de här orden.
It was not necessary for him to take orders. He would perform services depending on the needs of the zone. It was a civilian structure. Certain services would make a request to the commander of the BIA unit, and then he would offer those services.
Heads of zones who would give BIA orders.
I understood that the witness said request. Huh?
Request. Yes, I could rephrase it. So if you want to, if you don't want to say the word order, let's say who within the LAP Operational Zone Command, who within the sectors would give requests to BIA in that period of time.
For example, Skender Murati was chief of health sector. He would require, for example, medical personnel from Pristina, or for medicines, or for transport vehicles. For logistics, Hamid Haliti was the person in charge. He would make requests for his own needs, that is, logistical aspects. Then, in terms of personnel, issues related to personnel, if there was a need for a request for information to the citizens on how to voluntarily report to the KLA for enrollment. So these were the tasks to orient the rural areas into the LAP operational zone.
Did BIA ever get any order or request from you personally?
Ja, Asnia.
No, no one.
Ever report to you about their activities?
Ja, då.
No. Maybe after the war, we were in constant contact because the country was liberated and we kept continuously in touch. But during the war, I didn't receive any specific requests from BIA.
Salih Mustafa report to you during the war, and maybe you could even narrow it down to the period from January to June 1991. Did Salih Mustafa report to you during that time?
No, he did not. Other than in June, after the liberation, when we saw each other, at where the staff was located.
First to Salih Mustafa.
Jo.
No.
Receive the floor. Is it on the content of the questioning? Because then I have to ask Madame Court Usher to usher the witness out. I don't know what you mean.
Well, only it is one mistake. I think June 1991.
1999, I wanted to say. Yes.
In transcript. In
Okay.
Page 71, line 70.
Yes, I see it. Thank you, Defense Counsel, for pointing that out to us.
Very grateful to my learned colleague first. And second, I would like to provide the missing references about Rahmandini. So I was making reference to page 28, line 24, and also to page 41 from line 1. And these are the places where Rahmandini is discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you. So if I come back to my last question, The last question, Mr. Ibishi, of mine was, did you give orders to Salih Mustafa? And your answer was no. Do you confirm that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Nuk kam dhënë urdhë, se po ti kisha dhënë mes juri, a ke pyetja ashtu, mes edhe një.
I didn't give any orders. Was that the question?
A I kam dhënë urdhër, apo po ti kisha dhënë?
Or had I given him orders and whether he would have carried that out? I'm not clear.
I asked you whether you, let me come back to the question again, did you give orders to Salih Mustafa? Did you give orders to Salih Mustafa? What is the answer to this question? I'm talking about the period from January to June 1999. Still during the war.
Po të qeshro me kufizuar.
In June, after the war, after the liberation, I contacted him directly. We were, let's say, together. So that we don't misunderstand each other. Until June, you mean, or during the war, during the wartime, is, I should say that.
Time you never gave orders to Salih Mustafa. Is that correct?
Yes. No, I didn't.
Today you told us that the commander of BIA was Salih Mustafa. It's on page 35, line 10 to 12. Is that correct?
Po. Po.
Yes.
Mr. Salih Mustafa was commander of BIA. How did you know that?
Po kam ditë të gjithë.
Everybody knew that Salih Mustafa Salih is a well-known activist for the national movement. He was engaged in the freedom movement even before. He was a political prisoner and engaged in the BIA unit. Even though I didn't know him personally, I knew about him, his activity and his acts.
You have just said that you didn't know him personally, and also on page 35 of this transcript, today's transcript, line from 13 to 16, you said the same. I didn't know him personally. I knew about his role and about his position. Does that mean that during the war you did not actually meet Salih Mustafa?
I met him, but I didn't know him. You may meet someone by chance or in passing, but since I didn't know him before, personally, that's what I mean. It may happen that I saw him in passing or passed by him, but I didn't know him before. I didn't have any personal knowledge of him.
I understand. This is very clear. Thank you, Mr. Ibishi. Mr. Ibishi, on the 19th of November 2019, you gave the statement to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Do you remember that?
Sure?
Po.
Yes, yes.
To the prosecutor?
Every time I try to say the truth.
Your Honor, excuse me, I would like to make reference to another statement. We will come back later to that statement. So my questions will be valid, but I'll discuss a different statement, if I may. So just speaking about the prosecution statement, you said that you told the truth to the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
subject to any pressure or coercion or threat when you gave that statement to the prosecutor? Or was it given voluntarily?
I don't know what statement do you refer to, because this is the fifth process against alleged crimes committed by us. So I'm not clear about what statement given to what court, what time.
Our office. In this case.
Okay, now I understand. I think yes, I did.
Coercion, threat, or pressure when you provided that statement, or did you give it voluntarily?
Ja, vetëm nëse kam ujtë me shenë çështje lodhjes apo diçka.
No, I didn't have any pressure or any coercion.
Prosecutor later, but before, with the permission of the court, I would like to put to the witness a statement, the SPO statement of Salih Mustafa, given to our office on the 19th of November 2019, number 069404, TR-ET Part 1, page 24. This is exactly the issue of receiving and giving orders.
Please proceed.
Page 24. Mr. Ibishi, I would like you to listen very carefully to what Salih Mustafa, the accused in this case, said about receiving orders.
Which page?
From lines 1 to 8. He said, I don't know exactly, I can tell you who I met with to receive orders. That's what Salih Mustafa said. The question was yes, and the answer was, we received the orders from our subzone staff. Who was that? You mentioned Rustem Mustafa. Answer, Rustem Mustafa, Kadri Kastrati. Question, Nureddin. Answer, Nureddin Ibishi. I would like to also provide you with another part of the same statement of Salih Mustafa about the same issue of orders. But that would be a different part. It would be the same ERN, which is 069404, TR-ET, Part 5. If I could kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull it up.
I would suggest to have them both then on the screen. Is that what you intended
We
to do?
We could also do both. Part 5, that would be page 22. And we've got to scroll to the bottom of the page. And we will continue with this statement on the following page, page 23. Mr. Ibishi, so listen carefully what Salih Mustafa said about giving and receiving orders. Question. The person within the zone command who distributed these regulations to you, do you recall who that was? Answer. If I'm not wrong, I received this from the operations department, the sector, because they were the ones that were dealing with the regulations and things like that. Who are you talking about in particular? Who within the operations department? Answer, the head of the sector was Nureddin Bishi. So, Mr. Ibishi, from these two parts, it seems that first, Salih Mustafa was receiving orders from Nureddin Ibishi. You said today that you were not giving orders to Salih Mustafa. Are you suggesting then that Salih Mustafa is lying in his statement?
Ja, nog hem.
No, I'm not saying that. It is what you are saying. If you are asking me for my interpretation, it's not up to me to give an answer. It's up to Salih Mustafa. If you have read it carefully, he says that they take orders from the sector, operations center, and the sectors. It's up the way he should interpret. Sectors are those that represent different services like logistical, medical services, staff, and so on. I was not the chief of sector, I was chief of the operations. Maybe it's a mistake in interpretation.
Mustafa says precisely about the operations. The question was who within the operations department was he contacting? And he says the head, Nureddin Ibishi. What would you say to that?
I was never head of sector.
Of the positions. He doesn't give the position, only he gives your name. Salih Mustafa is simply saying that he was contacting you.
Oh, I thought.
Yes, he mentions the sector. Though the sectors are those services that I mentioned. Nureddin Bishi was not the head of a sector. He was chief of operations. And depending on the time, he was commander of brigade or chief of staff. So I was never head of sector. It is true that Salih Mustafa took orders from the sectors, that of logistics, of medical services, personnel, and others. We have to make the distinction here.
That I quoted to you, which is part 1, page 24, there is a very, very clear question. And the question is about the orders. The question was to Mr. Mustafa, who was giving orders to you? And he said, Rustem Mustafa. It was Kadri Kastrati and Nureddin Ibishi. Were you giving Salih Mustafa the orders, Mr. Ibishi?
I said no.
With the permission of the panel, I would like to read to the witness another part of another statement.
Please proceed.
Dealing with the same issue.
Please proceed.
I would like to put to you, Mr. Ibishi, another statement of Salih Mustafa, given this time in the Agron Zechiri case. It was ANMIC case. I'd like to pull up on the screen records of witness hearing with Salih Mustafa, number 7000650 to 7000660, dated 12th of March 2003. And I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to go to page 8. There is a question on that page to Mr. Mustafa of the public prosecutor. Did you report to Commander Remy directly? Salih Mustafa. No. Public prosecutor. Who did you report to? Salih Mustafa. Mostly the report of our observation, we forwarded them to the Chief of Staff. Question of the public prosecutor. Who did you receive orders from? Salih Mustafa. It was the headquarters of the zone. It was the chief of the headquarters, either by satellite, telephone, or radio. You told us earlier on today that you were the chief of staff of the lab operational zone, didn't you?
Yes, for a period of time, from December.
Mustafa said in the Agron Zechiri case that he was reporting to the Chief of Staff, namely to you, Mr. Ibishi. What would you say to that?
I don't want to interpret somebody else's statement. If you ask me, I can give you my answer. That's my reply.
He doesn't mention the name in this moment of time, in this statement, of Mr. Mustafa, the witness. He just says the Chief of Staff, just for the record, that is clear.
Yes, Your Honors, that is why my question was, were you the Chief of Staff of the lab operational zone? And the answer of the witness was, yes, I was, for a certain period of time, but yes, I was, he said. But the name there is not given, indeed. So, Mr. Mustafa said what I have just read to you. Are you suggesting that Mr. Mustafa is lying when he said about him reporting to the Chief of Staff of the lab operational zone?
If you continue to insult me, I'm saying to you again, everyone can interpret their own statements. Don't address me with insulting words.
Please don't accuse Mr. Prosecutor from insulting you. Nobody is insulting you. You have been asked questions. So please control your tone and control your language. Not necessary.
Mr. Ibishi, I'm just trying to understand, because you told us today and you told us repeatedly that you were not giving any orders to Salih Mustafa or to BI unit he was commanding. I have put to you already several excerpts of Salih Mustafa's statement and testimonies, and it seems that he's saying something different, that you were indeed giving him orders. That's why I'm trying to understand what is the truth. That's why I'm asking those questions. Either he's lying in his statements, or you're not telling us everything here. Could you please tell us, were you giving orders to Salih Mustafa or not?
I already told you, no, I didn't give orders. And furthermore, I don't want to interpret somebody else's statement. You can interpret my words directly.
I'd like to ask a few more questions about this issue of command and control and orders. And in this regard, with your permission, I would put to this witness another statement of another witness who has already given testimony in this trial.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I don't know whether this is technically possible, but I would like to put to the witness a very short part of the in-court testimony of Fatmir Humoli. And this was the statement dated the 2nd of February 2022, specifically on page 2417, lines 4 to 25. If it is not technically doable, I could also very slowly read this part, whatever is preferable. Page 2417.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer.
Yes. Mr. Ibishi, listen very carefully to a very short exchange between the prosecutor and Mr. Fatmir Humoli in this trial just a few weeks ago in this very courtroom. Question, line 4. Who within the lab operational zone command was BIA accountable to? Answer, to the commander of the lab operational zone, and to the chief of the operational zone of LAP. Question. Who was the chief of the operational zone of LAP? Could you remind us? Answer. Nureddin Ibishi was the commander of the operational zone. Question. What was his exact position in the LAP operational zone command? Could you tell us? Answer. Who are you talking about? Question. I am talking about Nureddin Ibishi. Answer. He was the chief of operations. Question. Mr. Humoli, was the BIA unit receiving orders from Rustem Mustafa, Nureddin Ibishi, both of them? Answer. BIA unit was under the command of Salih Mustafa, whereas Salih Mustafa took orders from the chief of staff or the command of the operational zone. Question. So either from Rustem Mustafa or Nureddin Ibishi, is that correct? Answer. Yes. The operational structure yes. The operational structure went through Nureddin Ibishi. But given that the guerrilla was more sensible, the commander of the LAP operational zone had authority as well. So, Mr. Ibishi, also Fatmir Humoli, member of the command staff of the LAP operational zone, is saying that Salih Mustafa and BIA unit were receiving orders also from you. Is that correct, what he said?
I already said I didn't give orders. Whether you ask me if I could give orders, that's another question. The answer here is strict. I don't know if I'm clear.
To be clear, you didn't give orders either to Salih Mustafa or to any member of the BR unit during the war. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Could you give orders if you wanted to? Orders to BIA or orders to Salih Mustafa?
I think yes. Since it was part of the structure, I could give order. I mean, the zone commander, deputy commander, and myself, if the need was for that. But vis-a-vis me, no, I didn't give any orders. That's the question.
What Mr. Fatmir Humoli is saying is not correct?
You have to ask him.
Because he's saying something that contradicts your testimony today. The court has the right to know. What is the truth?
You have to invite him and ask him to interpret what he has said.
Please give an answer to the question. Is it true what Mr. Fatmir Humoli says? It's not so complicated. And I know you're dancing around the question, and we are sitting here and listening to you, but he is saying something different from what you are saying, and I would like to receive an answer from you.
And there was
Your Honor, Prosecutor, I don't want to interpret a statement of anyone. That is why I don't want to make any comments on that, and that is my answer.
We can move on. We could slightly change the topic, Your Honors. Today, excuse me.
Peter, I take the floor for now. Mr. Ibishi, you have to give us an answer. It's not that you can choose to say, please invite the other witness again. He is saying here, the BIE unit was under the command of Salih Mustafa, whereas Salih Mustafa took orders from the Chief of Staff or the command of the operational zone. And then the question is, so either from Rustem Mustafa or from Nuruddin Ibishi. Is that correct? And then the answer is of Fatmir Maoli, yes. The operational structure went through Nuruddin Ibishi. And I want to know from you if that is true or not. And please don't come back to me with this answer. You have to ask him. Is that true?
I'm sorry, but I have to say I didn't give orders. And I was, together with Castrati, chief of operatives. We were the ones that led this sector. It was not only myself, so that we are all clear. I did not give orders, and that is my answer, Your Honor.
I am under the impression that here something completely different is said. So are you saying that it's not true, what Mr. Fatmir Homoli said? That's the question. It's not that you now elaborate on some. Is that true or not?
I do not deny that together with Kadri Castrati, both of us led this sector of operations, in addition to my other function as Chief of Staff. But personally, I did not give any orders to BIA, and that is my answer. I don't know if that suffices. Why should I hurt this or that? If there is something to be interpreted, he might say tomorrow, I had something else in mind. For example, the possibility that you might also give orders. So I'm saying specifically that being one of the leaders of the operative section, I didn't give any orders. So we both of us led that sector. Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
Overreading you, so you are not being translated. If I say stop, you have to stop. Mr. Fatmir Homoli says, the question is, so either from Rustem Mustafa or from Nuruddin Ibishi, and they're talking about orders. And is that correct? And then he says, yes. So he is specifically mentioning your name. And I want to hear from you if that is true, or that you're saying that what he is saying here, that it is not true.
Why are you asking me whether it's true or not? I'm saying here that for a certain time, I was once brigade commander of Brigade 151 and then chief of staff. But together with Kadri Castrati, deputy commander of the zone, we led the sector of operations. If you ask me whether I gave orders to BIA, I'm saying I did not. But I cannot interpret the statement of someone else. That's my answer. Because tomorrow, he might, Fatmir Homoli or Salih or someone else, might say, I had something else in mind. Why are you saying it's not accurate, it's a lie, and so on? That's why I would kindly ask you to spare me this.
Thing at this moment in time with regard to this, not at all, because you are obliged to answer a question that is being posed to you. So simple as it is, and I want to hear from you if it is correct or not that BIA took orders from Nuruddin Ibishi like Mr. Fatmir Homoly is saying. And I want to hear from you if you think that his statement on this point is correct or not.
I didn't give orders, and that's my answer.
To say to you that I will take this as an answer for now. So you're saying, that is my summary, that you're saying that what Mr. Homoly told this court is not true. That's how I summarize what you just said. Do you agree with that?
You personally.
Are saying that?
This really took us a long time. You could have said from the beginning, what he has said is not true. Yes, really, you made it take a long time to get this answer from you, but it was not necessary. It was not necessary. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Ibishi, slight change of topic, if I may. Today, on page 19, line 11, 12, you said that BIA was a civilian structure and that the members of BIA were unarmed. Did you say that, and is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was concept.
Members during the war wore any uniforms? Did they wear any uniforms?
No. During their mission as BIA, no. With the exception of when they were ordered. When a general mobilization was ordered, beginning from the 27th of April 1999, by the Provisional Government of Kosovo, then the situation changed. Because all structures, including civil defense, the civilian defense went to the active part, and as far as I knew, I'm not very sure about that, but to what I know, I'm not so sure about BIA becoming part of the defense organization, I mean civil defense, but I know that the order was given on 27th of April to mobilize all the units in civilian defense and BIA, but about the later I'm not very certain. I think that it was also.
27th of April 1999, BIA members did not wear uniforms. Perhaps after 27th, maybe they were wearing uniforms as part of the mobilized KLA units, correct? Is that what you are saying?
Your Honor, may I?
Wait, if it's to the content, I have to usher out the witness. And is that? Please talk into the microphone, because for me it's impossible to understand what you think. I need to hear what you say. Madame Kortesje, could you usher the witness out of the courtroom? Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out for now. Thank you, Madame Kortesje. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, with permission. I think that the question whether BIA members would wear uniforms or not is a too general question, because first of all, we have no clear indication about who is BIA or who not. At least the witness said so, and therefore it is, of course, well, nearly impossible to give such generalization. Whatever that would be a uniform. If a person wearing, I don't know, some kind of green jacket would be deemed as a uniform or not, what civilians would wear during the war. So my point is, maybe we can narrow that a little bit down in order to figure out was there a particular dress code, or whether he actually knew members of BIA and whether those members would wear it, or what his information is, whether these people, what is the reason for saying yes or no, if that would be elicited at all. Because it's so general and therefore a little bit becomes non-specific.
Okay,
So.
but maybe I recall wrongly, but haven't you asked in the past too if people were wearing uniforms? And that was never a problem.
Well, I just think that this is a problem, and I make it. I
Yeah.
object to the generalization, whether whatever has been said in the past or not. I mean, today.
No, but I point
here-
out to you that in the past you have posed that question, and I don't think it was unclear then.
If it
But I
is-
will give. Wait for.
Yeah.
I would like to finish my
Yeah.
sentence. But I will give the floor to the prosecutor to
Yeah.
see to hear his point of view.
Yeah, and just to add, maybe that was posed to a person who was member of the BIA. So this person is, as far as I'm concerned, not a member of the BIA, so he can hardly say anything about it. He says it's a civilian unit. So that is why I just asked to narrow it down whether the members
It's not
of the
necessary
BIA
to repeat yourself. I heard you. Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The premise of my question is very simple. Mr. Ibishi, upon the question of the defense, said a few times that BIA was not a military formation. There are some indicia of, or some attributes of soldiers, those involved in military actions. One of the attributes is the uniform. That is the premise of my question. He said they were unarmed. Let us see what this witness is going to say about whether they were uniformed. I could try to narrow down the question a little bit, including in the question, for example, were BIA members, for example, Salih Mustafa, as a confirmed commander, where they were in uniforms. I could try to narrow it down by tying it to Mr. Salih Mustafa. Maybe it's going to be a bit easier. Excuse me.
I see a smile on your face, and I interpreted that as a yes.
No,
Or not?
I understood that the witness did not know Salih Mustafa during the war. So if such a question is being posed, then at least that should be determined in the time that he knows it, and whether that is indeed a period which is considered the war. We had the issue of the war before. We do not know when the war ends. I take it that it is somewhere in June when KFOR enters. But therefore, during the war, the person did not know him. He said even, I might have seen him or not, but I did not know him personally. So in that context, I think it is not fair to ask him, did he wear a uniform or not? In which period of time are we talking about? And was that in his capacity as a BIA member or whatever?
Your Honor, if I could respond very briefly to that.
You may, and then I will take a decision and we continue.
Your Honor, this witness has already said that BIA members were not wearing uniforms, and it means that he was in contact with them. As he said, they were not wearing uniforms. So I understand that if he was in contact, he could confirm whether this is true or not.
Yes. Please proceed. I've tried to see your point, Defense Counsel, but I think it's not problematic to ask this question. Yes. Madame Kortersje, could you please bring the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness, and thank you for the coming and going. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor again.
Mr. Ibishi, my last question was about BIA members wearing or not wearing uniforms. And you said something to the effect that before the 27th of April, 1999, BIA members were not wearing uniforms. Is that correct?
Paul,
Yes. I mean, they were civilians. They were active in civilian attire. What would be the aim of wearing uniform in urban areas where you have a concentration of the enemy forces? However, after the 27th, maybe that situation changed because of the general mobilization of all structures into defense forces due to the created situation.
Thank you for this answer. With the permission of Your Honors, I would like to show the witness two photographs. And if the permission is granted, I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull them up on the screen.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to pull up the document ERN SPOE 00222 617 to 00222 617.
Mr. Prosecutor, just to tell you that we are approaching 2:45. That's the moment I would like to take a break.
Your Honor, I'm going to just show this witness this photograph and possibly the next one, and that I would finish for now. Mr. Ibishi, do you recognize anybody on this photograph?
Paul.
Yes, I recognize Salih. And I'm not sure about the other one.
This photograph is Salih.
Paul.
Yes.
Where does he stand or sit?
In camp.
He is standing on the right side as I look at it.
Beret.
With a beret.
So the three persons on this photograph, including Salih Mustafa, head of BIA, are in uniforms, correct? On this photograph.
Paul, uniform man.
Yes, in uniforms.
Liberation badges on their uniforms and also on their headwear.
Paul.
Yes.
Armed?
Paul.
Yes.
Even seems to be having a kind of grenade launcher. Is that correct?
Paul, mortai.
Yes. Mortar.
Do they look to you like civilians, Mr. Ibishi?
Ja.
No.
With the permission of Your Honors, I would like to show the witness another photograph.
Please proceed.
And that would be ERN SPOE 00222 690 to 00222 690. Mr. Ibishi, take a look also at this photograph. Do you recognize anybody there on this photo?
Paul Tharsen, Panya.
Yes, I said I recognize him. I mean Salih Mustafa.
understand all those 4 men are in uniforms and they are carrying Kosovo Liberation Army badges. Is that correct?
It is correct, but it's also a matter of time and also a matter of the fact whether the time they took their photographs and the uniforms they had were put on for the purposes of the photograph, because it has happened that they would ask us for uniforms just to take photographs. So I'm not denying or accepting. I have to know the time period that this photograph refers to, whether this is his uniform or whether he wanted to put it on just for the sake of the photograph.
Photograph?
Yes.
Salih Mustafa was the commander of BIA during the war, correct?
Yes.
I understand that Mr. Salih Mustafa was head of the civilian organization, not armed, not uniformed. So,
Again, my point is the photograph does not have any meaning whether he was wearing uniform or not. It's not relevant. I want to know the time frame to which these two photographs belong or refer to, since you're asking me the question.
Mr. Ibishi, let's leave the assessment of this answer of yours and all those photographs to the panel. Okay, we can take it down, Mr. Court Officer. Thank you very much. We could pause for now, Your Honors, and go for a break.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Ibishi, we will take half an hour break till 3:15, and I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out, and then we see each other back again. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madame Court Usher. We take half an hour break till 3:15, and then we continue. And Mr. Prosecutor, how much time do you think that you will be needing for the second part of your cross-examination?
Your Honors, depending on the lengthiness of the answer of this witness, I could say around 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, but everything depends on the approach of the witness to my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you.
The hearing is adjourned.
All right. All right.
Welcome back. I note that we are in the same composition. And we can now continue with the testimony of the witness. However, I have one more question for defense counsel with regard to the date of the interrogation of the unsworn statement of Mr. Mustafa. You gave a preference for the 19th, that is a Thursday, and I always like to have a reserve day. So when I gave you the 3 days, was more that I was thinking of 2 days, and I was not clear in how I asked to you, but I would have a preference to start on Wednesday. And you never know what happens, then we always have an extra day in that week. And I wanted to see if that, because we have to have those days available, because it was in the court schedule, but if there's a specific reason that we would not do it on the 18th, so on Wednesday, or start on Wednesday.
There is a specific reason. I just would not want to tell that in public. Can I do that in an email or so?
Of course, defense counsel, and in that case, still discussing my wish for a reserve day. In that case, if we would do it on both the Tuesday and the Thursday.
The more it gets to the Tuesday,
okay,
the more complicated it is, at least.
Okay, I would appreciate an email on the matter just to understand better, and I leave this for now. Yes. Very well. Then the moment is there to usher the witness in. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Welcome back, Mr. Bishi. How are you doing?
Thanks. Mir.
I'm fine.
We will continue with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecution Office, and I will give Mr. Prosecutor now the floor. Yeah. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Bishi, welcome back.
Thank you.
Today you have told us a few times in this courtroom that BIA was in a nutshell a civilian structure, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
Perform any combat functions, or did they take part in combat operations during the war?
Although
I would like to clarify this. If we are referring to the period after the 27th of April, 1999, when the general mobilization occurred, if it's after this date, then that's fine. But before this date, to my knowledge, they were not engaged.
Are you aware of Serbian offensive in April that took place in the Golag region?
I don't know which offensive you are referring to.
How about from this trial, we know that there was an operation, Serbian operation, attacking several villages in the Golag region. Do you know anything about that operation?
Which time period are you referring to? Because there were many attacks in the Golag region.
In this case, the most relevant period for us would be the month of April. Are you aware of any Serbian operation launched in the Golag area in April 1999?
Yes.
Are you aware whether BIA units were participating in the fighting at that time?
No, I don't. I have no knowledge of that, but I am aware of the most terrible crimes that were committed by the Serb forces in Kolic, starting from Kolic up to Lucar.
My question was whether in the fighting BIA members were also participating against the Serbian forces as part of Kosovo Liberation Army.
Could you specify the date that you are referring to?
The answer's in your mouth, Mr. Ibishi. I'm just saying that if you're aware of the operation in Golag, Serbian operation in Golag, my question is very simple. Did BIA units participate in combat during that operation? That's my question.
There were many operations in April as well, so it depends which operation by the Serbs you are referring to. At a period when the greatest massacres were happening in the field that I've described before, starting from Kolic to Kolic, Marevc, Graštic, Makovc, and Lucar, up to the entrance to Pristina. So this happened on the 18th, 20th, or 21st of April, around these days. If you are referring to this Serb offensive, that's one when the massacres were committed, but there were continuous Serb attacks in the part or the most serious attacks when the ethnic cleansing began. So this is why I'm not certain which date you are referring to, because the date is important. Because I have intentionally mentioned 27th of April when we issued the order for general mobilization, which means that all were armed and our response was all of us to prevent that ethnic cleansing. And for this reason, it is very relevant to know whether you are referring to the 27th of April and onward, or 26th of April and before that date.
Of April 1999, did BIA take part in any combat operations? That's my question.
I'm not aware of that.
Your Honors, with your permission, I would like to put to the witness a statement. This is the court testimony of Fatmir Sopi. He gave this testimony here in this court. If I have the permission of Your Honors, I would kindly ask
Please proceed.
Court Officer. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull up the transcript of court testimony of Fatmir Sopi given on the 18th of January, 2022, page 2064, lines from 2 to 9. This is again page 2064, lines from 2 to 9. Mr. Ibishi, in this court testimony, Fatmir Sopi is talking about BIA participating in combat operations, and listen to that. Question: do you remember having said that to the investigating judge? And is that true what you knew about that unit? Answer: yes, I did say that to the investigating judge, and I'm saying it again, that those tasks were also performed by the BIA guerrilla unit. And it was like a supplier, not only for the lab operational zone, but for other units of the KLA in Kosovo. And when necessary, they also took part in battles fought by other KLA units of the 153rd Brigade or any other unit that fought battles. So, Mr. Ibishi, it seems that Fatmir Sopi is talking about various battles in which BIA took part in. What would you say to that?
He mentions that it was a supplier, a support service, but I don't have any knowledge of BIA taking part in military combat before the 27th of April.
Your Honors, with your permission, I would kindly ask you also to put to the witness part of the statement of the accused, in this case, Mr. Salih Mustafa.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Court Officer, I'm referring to the statement taken on the 19th of November, 2019, number 069404, TRET, part 4, and that will be page 2. Again, it's part 4. Page number 2. And starts with line 21. Mr. Ibishi, listen what Salih Mustafa himself said about participating in the combat operations. Salih Mustafa said the following: however, when they would stay for a day, 2 or 3, or when we would go to assist in fighting, the people that would participate in the fighting, the units that would participate in the fighting, whether they were 10, 20, or 30 people, then they would dress in the uniform, but the beret was not part of each soldier. Mr. Ibishi, here Salih Mustafa talks about BIA taking part in combat, and he even says that then they would dress in uniforms. Do you still maintain, Mr. Ibishi, that BIA soldiers did not participate in combat?
Where is BIA mentioned there? I don't see where BIA is mentioned.
This whole page is about taking part of his unit in combat, even a little bit up.
Huh?
Yes.
At line 9, for example, this answer pertains to the guerrilla soldiers of BIA, who in general didn't have uniforms, but they put on uniforms when they were engaged in combat. And I have just put this part to you. You can even start from the earlier line 4. This whole page refers to BIA unit, and this whole page refers to them being dressed in a certain way or dressed in uniforms when participating in combat. And my question is again, after having seen that, do you still maintain that BIA soldiers were not participating in fighting?
Based on what their duties were and a mandate, except for the date 27th of April and onwards, I was not aware of these occasions when BIA was engaged in military operations in uniforms. Since it speaks about BIA in general, the last context or the last paragraph that you read, is it possible to go to the bottom of the page? I would like to know, does this paragraph refer to civilians? Is it connected to BIA, these 10, 20, 30? Are they civilians who came or citizens who came? This is a matter of rapport between...
You are not the one asking the questions. Is that clear for you? I think it is. So please don't push it, and you know it very well. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor again.
Mr. Ibishi, as I told you, the whole page deals with questions and answers to Mr. Mustafa about BIA, the uniforms or the absence of them, and their participation in the combat operations. So on this whole page, as you could see, Mr. Mustafa said at some point, BIA members were wearing civilian clothing, but when engaged in combat operations, they were wearing uniforms. And he says that members of the unit were participate in the fighting, whether they were 10, 20, or 30 people, and then they would dress in uniform. Is the context right now clear for you, Mr. Ibishi?
This last part to me is unclear, but nevertheless, I think that BIA didn't have the mandate to be a part of a uniformed section to be able to implement the duties. So they implemented the duties within the urban areas. I'm mentioning the rural areas, but this is a non-armed structure as it was initially. So this is why it is unclear, the definition of it. But I think that from the 27th of April, when the general mobilization occurred, it was foreseen that BIA would be armed and uniformed. That was a general order for mobilization, but it's unclear to me the issue before this date. I have no comment regarding this.
This is your answer, correct?
Well,
Yes.
Mr. Ibishi, let's slightly change the topic, if possible. Today, you said on 2 occasions, and with the permission of your honors, I would find the citation a little bit later.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Ibishi, at least on 2 occasions, you said today that there was a detention site, detention center possibly, in La Paștița for the lab operational zone. Is that correct?
well,
Yes.
According to your knowledge, were there any other detention sites within the lab operational zone?
Not according to my knowledge.
With the permission of Your Honors, I would like to put to this witness his own statement that he gave to the SPO on the 14th of November 2019, 083639 TRET, Part 9, page 14.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, we could pull it up if we find it. Mr. Ibishi, in the part I'm going to show you, and again it's your statement given to the prosecution, you talk about at least two more sites, not only the one in La Pashtica, and please bear with me. I would like to
Yes.
13 to 15. These lines talk about some detainees who were moved from La Pashtica, and the prosecutor is asking the question, why were they taken? Why were detainees moved from La Pashtica to Mayac and Potok? So what was the reason for holding on to them? And your question and your answer was that they would have been killed. Did you tell the prosecutor about the existence of also these two sites in Mayac and Potok?
No. The chronological aspect, we are speaking of one location that was used to detain persons, and that place could have moved depending on the development of the zone from Mayac to La Pashtica. We are referring to one detention site, but with different locations. We are not speaking of two detention sites at the same time. So they were transferred from one place to another because of the operations, because we had enlarged the zone, and also when we had to withdraw because of the attacks and to spare them of being killed. And this is an aspect of chronology. So because of the enlargement of the area and because of the withdrawal, we are speaking of one detention center, but in the aspect of the time period, they were in two different locations. They were moved into different locations.
Mr. Witness, don't make it a kind of play with words. Huh? I just warn you, just answer the question, but don't play with words.
Mr. Ibishi, to clarify this aspect, so certain prisoners were held in La Pashtica, which was detention site, and then, due to the Serbian military operations, these people were moved to Mayac and Potok. Is that correct?
Yeah.
First of all, we have different moments when we developed, when we came from Mayac and were transferred to La Pashtica. So when the big offensive, Serbian offensive started, we withdrew the location or the detention center from La Pashtica. We moved it from La Pashtica to... So this is the issue.
So, but what you are saying, Mr. Ibishi, is that people were held also in these two locations, at least temporarily, Mayac and Potok, correct?
Not at the same time. Not at the same time. It was either in Mayac or in La Pashtica. or Lapashtic or Potok. So there weren't two detention centers, it was only one for a certain period of time.
Point, there were prisoners held in Lapashtica, correct?
Oh.
At some point,
Yes?
Kur është bërë lëvizja e
When we moved the positions, so then from Mayats, that center was moved to Lapashtic. We didn't have two centers.
so people were held for a period of time in Lapashtica, then they were held for a period,
Yes,
then
ashtu.
they were held
that's correct. Yes, yes. There was only one detention center.
But you said that it was Lapashtica, and you have just confirmed that at certain periods of time, people were also detained into other locations, irrespective of the time. We are having right now 3 locations, correct, within LAP operational zone. First Lapashtica, then Mayats, then Potok. Is that correct?
No. We have one detention center at different points in time.
From the defense, yo in Albanian means no. And after the word yo from that side, I heard the answer yo, if I'm not mistaken. So is it like trying to suggest the answer to the witness? I don't understand if this is the case, this behavior.
Please, I did not hear it, but so I cannot confirm or deny, but I would ask everybody not to suggest any questions, any answers. So please be silent if that is the case. That's clear for everybody. And I look at, I don't know where it came from, Mr. Palai. I'm also talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. No, I'm talking to everybody. So I didn't hear it, so I cannot say anything to you, but just note the observation.
So, Mr. Ibishi, could we come back to your answer? So, again, my question was, is that correct that at some point people were held in Lapashtica, at the detention center there? Then they were held in...
Yes. Yes. It moved one detention center, but in different points of time. The time changed and the period changed, but there was only one detention center.
Po.
Yes. Yes. One detention center. But it changed the period of time, the certain point in time changed.
Mr. Ibishi, was there also a detention place within the LAP operational zone in the place called Baigora, where people were detained?
Po, ai ka qenë
That was in the beginning, in the very beginning in Baigor when we were stationed there. That was July 1998.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes.
Apparently there is a remark from the defense side.
Your Honor, just for clarification, maybe I was thinking aloud, but I was reading in transcript, the page 108, line 7, it says, irrespective of the time, we are having right 1,003 locations. And maybe I expressed myself in Albanian, yo, which means no. 1,003 locations. It had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Ibishi or Mr. Prosecutor. Read it in transcript. I did not hear someone saying 1,003 locations.
Okay, but still, I would suggest to
know.
keep it to yourself,
Yes,
because
sorry.
it can influence everybody.
I had these on, I could not hear well, And sometimes when you have these, you don't know. But it was thinking aloud, had nothing to do, and I really was not concentrating what he was. I follow closely the transcript, and it says, right 1,003 locations. My apology, it was not intentional.
Thank you for your clarification. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Yes. Very quickly, Mr. Ibishi, I would like to make reference in relation to Baigora. In Mr. Ibishi's previous statement that he gave during the Latif Gashan and Alia trial. So with your permission, Your Honors, I would like to put this statement to the witness about the existence of this fourth location where people were detained by the KLA in the lab operational zone.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to pull up the document, which is a record of the main trial, AP number 139, 2004, Latif Gashi et Alia case, District Court of Pristina, ERN SPOE 00087 691 2000087706, testimony dated 15th of July 2009, and I would kindly ask you to move to page 11. Yes, page 11. Mr. Ibishi, let me refer you to your own testimony during that trial. The presiding judge asked you a question. What about Baigora and Milovan Stankovic? And your answer was, this is a man caught in action. I was informed that he came in our positions and he had shown his weapon to the soldiers, and I think he can consider himself lucky that nothing worse happened, as soldiers didn't understand his language. But in the end, nothing happened and he was brought in by Gora. It continues on the next page, page 12. If you could move to page 12. Presiding judge asks the question, was there anybody else who was detained at this time in Baigora? We could probably scroll down a little bit. It starts with, was there anybody else? A little bit, probably. We could scroll down a little bit. Sorry, it must have been a little bit. Yes, we have it here. Yes, exactly. So Mr. Ibishi and the presiding judge continues with his question to you. Was there anybody else who was detained at that time in Baigora? And your answer was, yes. We had also Fadil Sulevich, who was caught in action, and others. We detained them because we had suspicions that they were trying to create parallel structure. They had weapons. Their position was somewhere in Shardan and Grashtitz. When they were brought there, I met them. And the question, how many were they? And your answer was, Islam Mshtica was injured because when they were caught, they tried to resist us. This person was sent to hospital and then brought there as well. So I remember these two persons. So it seems that several people were kept in Baigora as well. Do you confirm what you said to the judge?
Yes, I do.
With your permission, Your Honors, I would like to put hopefully the last part of the statement of Mr. Ibishi, dealing with the same issue with the Baigora
Please proceed.
Center. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to pull up records on the witness hearing before the investigating judge. Witness Nureddin Ibishi, HAP number 65/2002, Latif Gashi et Alia case, District Court of Pristina, 27th of August 2002, and that would be on pages SPOE 00123, 560 to 00123, 574, and I would kindly ask you to pull up page number 3, which is SPOE 00123, 562. Excuse me, I need to just consult my colleague for a brief second, if I may.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, thank you very much for your patience. I wanted to be just on the safe side when I quote something that maybe should not be quoted, but I'm fine. So when we have this page here, there is a question of the investigating judge to you, Mr. Ibishi.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Yes.
or maybe I should ask Court Officer, could we inflate it
Yes,
somewhat?
The question will start from, were you aware? Yes, here. This is exactly the part. So the question to you, Mr. Ibishi, was the following. Were you aware of any civilians being detained in Baigora during that time? And you said, not civilians, but I heard about a group of unauthorized soldiers, could be UCK, operating in the eastern part of Pristina, Graštice, that were arrested and brought there. Among the detainees was Fadil Sulevic, now called Fadil Sula, and Islam Mshica. Did you say that to the investigating judge?
Yes.
So, just to recap this line of my questions and your answers, irrespective of the period of time, in all those statements, you said about the existence of several locations where people were detained. It was La Paštica, it was Majac, it was Potok, and finally it was Baigora. Is that correct?
Ja, kan ook de volgende keer.
That's not the last. Baigora is the beginning. I don't know if I am being clear. Once again, we are talking about July, August 98.
Is of the prosecutor, yeah. In all those statements, you said about the existence of several locations where people were detained. La Pastiche, Majac, Potok, and Baigor. Yeah? And irrespective of what moment in time or the chronology, is it correct that people were detained there? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that the lab operational zone had one place for detention of persons.
My question, and I want to know from you if in those 4 places people have been detained. And I don't want to hear about a moving detention center. That's not relevant now. And I want you to answer the question if people were detained there. And I think that the prosecutor was just summing up what you have said. And you have to answer. And I don't want you to dance around the question, I mean. So were people detained on those 4 places? And it's very easy to say yes or no.
Yes, they were detained, but I need to explain that this happened at different points in time. There was only one detention place.
For me, the yes was sufficient, and that it was in different moments in time. You have repeated that several times, and I noted that. I'm listening very carefully to you. Don't be severe, because I want you to answer a question, because on certain topics I want to have clarity, I want to understand. But it doesn't mean that I haven't heard what you said before. I've taken notice of it. Really.
Yes.
I'm just...
Okay.
Nothing else. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes. So I'm not clear, Your Honors, whether my last question was answered. Let me just consult the transcript very, very quickly. So again, very irrespective of the time, irrespective of when these detention places were, when, right? Irrespective of the time, do you confirm that there were, during the time of war, within the lab operational zone, 4 locations where people were detained? And I mentioned those locations earlier.
Yes, these locations, but in different points in time.
About that. Yes, Mr. Ibishi, thank you very much. Today,
only something. Baigora, Mayas, La Pastitz. We are talking about 3 places or locations.
Mr. Ibishi, correct?
I'm not very certain. Maybe I have forgotten, but these 3 locations, Baigor, Mayas, and La Pastitz.
You also said that there was for a certain period of time a detention place in Potok, and you said yes to that.
I'm not very certain. Maybe I said that, but I am not very sure in terms of time. But in La Pastitza, there was the last one.
Mr. Ibishi, earlier today, there was a question from the defense on whether at any point during the war you were in Zlash, and the reference to that would be page 35, line from 17 to 24 of today's transcript, where you said that most probably you were in Zlash in the second part of May 1999. I was passing by. Do you confirm that?
Yes. Yes.
If this was the time in 1999 when you were indeed in Zlash, you cannot really say whether there was a detention place before that or not? Can you?
Not deeper.
I don't know about that location. I don't know that it existed.
Your Honor, just a second of very short consultation, if I may, with my colleague.
Please proceed.
Your Honors, I would need probably from 5 to 10 minutes, not more than that, and I would be done with my cross-examination.
Just a remark. Please try to proceed with a kind of open question. This last one, I reread it, and you are including your answer, and we try not to do that.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do my best to comply. Thank you for this reminder. Mr. Ibishi, I'm going to change the topic entirely. And within this topic, my question would be the following. Have you been following the proceedings in this case?
What proceedings?
Proceedings in this case against Salih Mustafa. Possibly on television, on the radio, via internet.
Now and again, not regularly.
Could you tell us which witnesses did you follow? Which testimonies of which witnesses did you follow?
Partially, I said. Ibrahim. I can't remember the last name. Fatmir Humolis, partially. These two. I don't remember the others because recently I've been busy.
Follow the testimony of Kaplan Parduzzi.
A little part of it before I came here.
What is how would you describe your relationship with Kaplan Parduzzi?
As co-fighters, as friends. Of course, we've been through things together, and something that connects me to him is that while we were repositioning our forces, I forgot to wear my bulletproof vest, and when the offensive was being launched, he lent me his. So it's a moment of sacrifice, because that vest helped me. Had I not had that vest, I wouldn't be alive today. And he suffered. He sustained wound. So when his situation deteriorated, I tried to make up to him in a way, to take him to hospital, to Macedonia, and ensure that he survived. Because he might die because of the putrefaction of his wound. Because of lack of proper hospital conditions. The hospital was occupied by the Serbs, and so we couldn't use it. they proclaimed terrorists whoever came to hospital for treatment, even the civilians. So we had to carry him to Macedonia, ensuring his survival.
Kaplan Parduzi, your friend.
I shared the most difficult moments of my life with him. Why should I have any reservation towards him? I consider him a friend.
When was the last time when you saw Kaplan Parduzi?
I met him in Pristina. We were taking part in a manifestation or rally when we inaugurated a memorial plaque devoted to the war. That's where we met him. It was a ceremony that was organized. I'm not sure about the time. Maybe 2-3 weeks or less ago.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Kaplan Parduzi this case of Salih Mustafa?
Yes, we discussed how the process is going on briefly, because we didn't have plenty of time to discuss at length.
Kaplan Parduzi gave the statement to the defense at some point.
Yes, I heard about that.
He said during that statement with Mr. Kaplan Parduzi,
No, I couldn't hear all of it. I just heard some of it.
misunderstand each other. My question was, do you know whether Mr. Kaplan Parduzi gave the statement, not within this trial, but the statement to the defense at some point in time? Do you know about that?
Yes, I heard that he did.
Kaplan Parduzi, that statement that he had given to the defense.
No, we didn't have time to discuss it. I know that he did give that statement, but we didn't discuss it.
Discuss with him the fact that you yourself gave the statement to the defense.
Yes. He knew that I too had given a statement, but we didn't go into details about that.
Your Honors, I'm going to show the witness the last photograph of today, with your permission.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to pull up a document, ERN SPOE 00222 And this is photo of the KLA soldiers. Mr. Ibishi, who is on that photograph?
This is the first time for me to see it. It's me, my deputy, Korab, and she's a well-known singer in Kosovo, Adelina Ismaili.
person?
Onion.
It's myself.
Apart from the right-hand side of the photograph, the person who is balding with the uniform, the tallest of the group, standing on the right-hand side, who is he?
Është Zavansi
My deputy, my Arif Mucholi, Profa.
The person standing next to him with mustache, who is that person?
është Kaplan Parduzi.
Kaplan Parduzi.
The woman in the middle is Adelina Ismaili, as you said, correct?
Yes.
To her, on the left.
Është Florin.
Florim. His last name is Sumoli. The other one, I don't remember his name.
The last person, you don't remember his name.
Humoli.
So Humoli is the person with a cap on his head?
Ja,
No. Without the hat. The last one in the group.
You don't know this person.
Thash,
I said Florim.
Thank you very much. Do you know when this photo was taken?
po,
Yes. I believe it was taken when I was a brigade commander.
The year, at least?
që kjo ka mujtë të ndodhë
It may have been sometime, if I'm not mistaken, in October, November, maybe November of 98. And I must say something, if I may, to explain this picture. The Serb paramilitaries stole some pictures from the singer's home, and they were published in Serbian outlets. I don't know where you got this from.
Kjo është njëna prej
Because this is one of the photos that was stolen from her in her house, and they started to be published. But the source is from Serb authorities, this photo that you are showing me now.
Where was this photo taken? In which location?
sipas gjitha gjasave.
Most probably in Bradash, I think.
Ka qenë shtab
There was the Brigade 151 Brigade staff, place, headquarters.
I would like to come back for a very brief moment to Kaplan Parduzi. And my question would be, what was his assignment within the Kosovo Liberation Army?
ai ka qenë bashkëftor.
He was my co-fighter.
Any specific duties in relation to you within the KLA?
He was member of the KLA in June. He returned from Albania with weapons. And from that time on, we were together until we got wounded.
Did he have any specific assignment within the KLA in relation to you?
Nuk ka pas detyrë.
He didn't have any specific assignment other than we stay together. He has taken me somewhere. He didn't have any specific assignment per se.
A protection officer within the KLA? bodyguard, if you wish?
Smoj me njofta
I can't say that. He was a freedom fighter like all of us. And I didn't need a bodyguard, neither then nor now.
I've got just a few last questions, Your Honors, but I need to come back to one of the names that you mentioned before. My question was about the persons whom the witness was following within this trial, and I have clarification question.
Mr. Prosecutor, normally I would have liked to do a break now, although I did not inform you on beforehand, but I prefer that you finish your cross-examination because you were indicating that you were getting to an end, and then we do our break at. I don't want to comprise you too much. 4:30. That's in 15 minutes.
I would need probably less than that, maybe
Okay,
10 minutes.
but then after when you finish it, then we start. We have a break because it's good to have a break now. I think before we do an extra round if necessary.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Your Honor, for this information. Mr. Ibishi, just one question. At the very beginning of my last lines of questioning about following this trial, you said that you followed the testimony of a person called Ibrahim. Did you say that correct? Or Ibrahimi?
Ibrahim.
I don't understand you, Ibrahimi.
A few minutes ago, I was discussing with you the issue of you following this trial, watching some of the testimonies. And you gave the name of Fatmir Humoli, but you also gave the name of Ibrahim. It is on page 17, line 21 of today's transcript. So, could this person be Brahim or Ibrahim Mehmetai?
Po përmendet.
Yes. When he testified, his testimony, I know based on the name Bimi or something like that. I saw him and I mentioned him in the context of following the proceedings.
I thonim hapte mikrofonin moj, se s'po dëgjoja për kthim.
My Lucy.
Mr. Ibishi, what is your current relationship with Mr. Salih Mustafa, the accused in this case?
Si bashkëlufttar, asgjë.
We are co-fighters. There's nothing personal. He's a co-fighter. I know him as such and I respect him as such and as an activist of the national cause.
Salih Mustafa a friend of yours?
Pse do të deklarohem për atë?
Why do I need to proclaim that here? That is something personal.
Court, we have to understand your relationship with the accused in this case just to assess your testimony. So this question is not personal. This question pertains to the essence of this case and your credibility as a witness. So my question is again, are you a friend with Mr. Salih Mustafa?
Unë e kam atë bashkëluftare dhe
He is a co-fighter and there's nothing bigger or more important than that. He is someone I've been in the war with, so I don't want to answer in relation to other things. I mean, in the personal aspect.
You are saying the answer to my question would be no, correct?
po, për arsye se është çështja ime.
Yes, because it's a personal thing. my relation with him. So my respect for him is as a co-fighter. Anything else belongs only to me. It's my private thing.
I don't think that this is your private thing. You can answer the question if you are a friend of him or not, and you have to answer. In this court, you cannot choose to answer something yes or no. You have to answer. You are a witness in this court, and a witness has to answer.
Your Honor, I'm being asked whether he is a friend. It's not that I keep company with him so that I can say that he's a friend. I'm going out for a coffee on a regular basis. So that's why I said he is a co-fighter.
Not a friend, correct?
I don't know if you are understanding what I'm saying. A friend would be someone you go out every day to have a coffee, you are always together, and so forth. So, how can I explain it to you? If someone I have coffee with every day and see every day, how can I define those relations with that person? Salih Mustafa is a co-fighter, comrade in arms. I cannot define it as a friend or non-friend or any other definition. When you say a friend, that means either he is a family member or you have a regular going out with that person. You are close to that person. So I don't have like regular socializing with him. We see each other, we respect each other, we greet each other, but we do not socialize to the level, to go out for a drink or a dinner or a lunch or a family do. So I don't know why is this so important for me to mention here.
He described the relationship in pretty much detail, so I understand the nature of it.
I also understand, because now you have given an answer and you have explained what you mean with the word friend, and you have explained your relationship with him, and that is for us important to know. Thank you.
Mr. Ibishi, had you been meeting with Salih Mustafa before his arrest? And if so, how often?
No, I did not meet him.
On any occasion, could be commemorative event, could be social event. Had you been meeting with Salih Mustafa before his arrest? On any occasion?
No, I did not meet him. It could be that we met because Pristina is a small place, so it could be that someone passes by, you see him, you greet him, but there was no special meeting.
Do you know the content of the indictment against Salih Mustafa or the charges against him in this case?
The proceedings are ongoing. I did not read the case and
The charges against him.
apart from what was said in the beginning.
The case is all about.
Not with everything. These are allegations that they could have been involved in something there, but there's a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. So I don't know the specific charges against him.
Mustafa's arrest, had you discussed that case or his statement with him?
Jo.
No.
React to the news of the arrest of Salih Mustafa?
Kom ik eens zelf.
With regretting.
Anything more specific than that? Just regret or something else?
Po, më të veçantë, po ndoj
More specifically, this is the fifth proceedings involving KLA members, 3 in Kosovo, 2 abroad. We, from the role of the victim, are getting the role of the aggressor, and this is unjust, but I don't want to prejudice anybody's innocence, be it of Salih Mustafa or other co-fighters, because the proceedings themselves will show the reality, how everything was.
This is unjust. Do you consider this court as unjust?
tash do ta them.
I was an MP in the Kosovo Assembly. I didn't do it voluntarily, the vote for this court, because when the resolution of the parliamentary committee was to be adopted, you know that the accusations were for human organ trafficking. In the preliminary investigations of Mr. Williamson, it was found there were findings about the Yellow House and so forth, and then there was this finding that there was no organ trafficking, but something else. So, to make a comparison, when Bosnia and Herzegovina took the issue of Srebrenica to the Assembly for genocide, you know very well that the pro-Russian, the pro-Serbian and pro-Belarusian lobbying, due to that lobbying, the request of the Bosnia and Herzegovina for such a resolution on genocide was refused.
In the case of Kosovo, I very easily adopted the resolution. When I was a member in parliament, I wanted to make an amendment to fight, to prosecute all the crimes committed in Kosovo, not only those alleged by the KLA members. That is the reality, in my opinion.
Of this court or against that as a member of parliament of Kosovo?
I voted without my will, against my will. We were facing two dilemmas: to approve it and be tried by democratic countries like the EU and the United States, or should we have the United States try it and have Chinese, Russian governments or regimes try it. That's why we voted in favor of it.
Have you been in touch with Salih Mustafa after his arrest?
Jo.
No.
Have you been in touch with any members of Salih Mustafa's family after his arrest?
You.
No.
You gave your statement to the defense. Who put you in touch with the defense to provide that statement?
So the advocaat kan.
As far as I know, it was the lawyer who asked me to do that, and I said that I was willing to tell them what I do know in order to shed light on the process in order to ensure that it is fair.
As family liaise between you and the defense? And this is my last question, Your Honor. Shall I repeat my question? Did any member...
Repeat it, please.
My apologies. Did any member of Salih Mustafa's family liaised between you and the defense for the provision of your statement?
You.
Your Honors, that would conclude my examination, but before I formally do that, I would like to consult with my colleague just for a very brief second.
Please proceed.
Your Honors, that will conclude my cross-examination. Your Honors, that will conclude my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. Humoli.
Thank you.
We'll now have a break of 15 minutes, and then we will proceed for another, if needed, 45 minutes. But I will first have Madame Court Usher, if she would be so kind to usher the witness out. Mr. Ibishi, we will have a break of 15 minutes. Thank you. Let me see. We will proceed after the break, but I want to have some further information to see where we stand as for planning reasons. So, Victims' Counsel, will you have questions for the witness?
Thank you, Your Honours. I do, in fact, have questions. Those are, I've written down 2 topics. It's just clarification of his testimony today, and my own estimation is that it shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes.
Okay.
That's my estimation of it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Victims' Counsel. Defense Counsel, would you like to proceed with redirect?
For now, no. After, we will see.
Okay, thank you. That for planning purposes, this information for now is enough. We take a 15 minutes break, so till 10 minutes to 5. Thank you. The hearing is adjourned.
All right. All rise.
Please be seated. And for the record, we are in the same composition. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Welcome back, Mr. Ibishi. It's a long day, but we are
Thanks.
getting
Sorry, but
we are getting to the end of it. We have done the examination by the Defense Counsel and the Specialist Prosecution Office. I will now give the floor to the Victims Counsel to give her the possibility to ask you some clarifying questions. Victims Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honours. Hello, Mr. Ibishi. As the presiding judge indicated, I just have some clarifying questions that relate to things that you said today in court in testimony. The first question that I have is, now, today in court, the defense asked you about rules that any soldier had to abide by. And I'm on page 21 of the provisional transcript, and the questioning starts on line 12. When asked by the defense, you confirmed in your testimony today that there were rules like that. And you said, and I'm going to quote you now from the provisional transcript, "As a general staff, we received some rules. Those that we didn't have, we tried to develop ourselves. We, as superiors, on the basis of our expertise, tried to develop such rules so that we could have them in place to maintain order and respect discipline in the brigade and in the subordinate units." Do you remember saying that?
Paul.
Yes.
Now, do I understand it correctly that you yourself were also involved in developing these rules that you're speaking about?
Paul, Isha.
Yes.
You say, as you said today in your testimony, we as superiors were involved in developing the rules. To who are you referring when you say superiors? And please try to be as specific as you can recall. Names, if you know them, great. Otherwise, positions, roles within the organization, the structure that you discussed today.
Paul.
Yes, I may refer to names as well, but I'd like to specify that these rules apply to the KLA structures, not to the civilians, of course. The other thing is that these rules were developed by myself, because I'm a lawyer by formation, but also other colleagues, irrespective of their level of expertise, but they may have been lawyers, or they had expertise in the military field or in the police area. But to a large extent, we receive them from the general staff. I'm talking about the time when we worked on the preliminary rules. Then when we received them, we approved them. They were approved at the level of the entire country. They were unique for all the KLA.
You, because my question was specifically in your testimony you said we as superiors develop the rules, and who are you referring to specifically when you say we as superiors? And that was my question.
Jag refererar om
I refer to the zone commander, deputy commander, myself as chief of staff, the sectors, the sector chiefs, and others that were involved in this process.
Okay, thank you. So now we've discussed that these rules were developed, and now my question, last question on this topic, is who would be in charge of implementing them in practice, in the field? So more specifically, perhaps, whose responsibility was it to maintain the order and respect discipline, as you said?
kto reguluje
These rules comprised rules for the military police, how this military police would treat, people they dealt with. Then there were aspects of disciplinary measures in the context of the commanding structure. When that happened, in the case of people who might commit, some breaches during the work, and it provided also for the process of appeals or complaints, first level, first instance appeal. That was a very brief description. We are talking about rules on order and discipline in the context of the army. But then very soon we received the rules from the general staff, which was unique, universal for all the KLA soldiers, wherever they were.
Okay, so you said, and I'm going to read here now, there were aspects of disciplinary measures in the context of the commanding structure. Would it be correct to say that, given that my question concerned who was supposed to implement these rules, would it be fair to say the commanders were also responsible for this? Implementing the rules?
Ja.
No, it was a military police that was responsible for maintaining order. When it came to implementation of the measures, also it was a military police that was responsible for taking such measures.
So what you're saying is that the commanders had no responsibility in maintaining order
Ja,
and discipline?
jag kan passa.
No, they had responsibilities, especially for minor measures like reprimanding someone up to a certain extent, but the others were issues dealt with by the disciplinary committee in the context of the zones.
I think that rounds off this topic for me. Thank you. Now I have one more, I think it can be very brief as well, about the modes of communication. Now earlier today, you said, and I'm on page 32 of today's provisional transcript, you were talking about the headquarters of the LAP operational zone, and you told us there was radio communication. Do you remember saying that?
Ja.
Yes.
What forms of communication were available to you all at that time, to you, to the different units? What means of communication did you have?
Radio communication with numbers and call signs, so that our conversations would not be detected by the enemy. So these were at the level of the command, so from the zone commander to the deputy commander to the brigade commanders and so forth. We had the simplex system without the mediation of the repetitors. So
we did not have the structure of repetitors to transmit the signal at a larger distance.
Understanding these repetitors, I'm not familiar with the term, is that something to do with radio communication?
Yes, because this system, simplex, is a direct system from the receiver to the other end, whereas with the one with the repetitor, it transmits the signal to a larger distance and with a larger participants in the communication.
Apart from the radio communication, did you have other forms of communication? Other equipment with which you could communicate with each other?
Kan passa telefon satellitor.
Yes, we also had satellite phones.
Which persons or entities, which units, was this equipment available to the various units, for example? Who had it?
Zakonisht ishin
Usually the chiefs, that is the commanders of the brigade, the commander of the zone, the deputy commander of the zone, the chief of staff. These were the persons. These were expensive phones, and that's why their number was limited, as was the number of persons who had them. The possibility for communication was there, but the only problem was the high cost of this equipment.
So that was satellite phones then? How about regular phones?
We did not use them regularly. We mostly used radio communication. The satellite phones costed a lot in terms of the bill. So that's why we use them only in situations when it was necessary to use them.
Okay. That answers my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibishi.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honours.
Defense Counsel, do you wish to proceed with the redirect examination of this witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor. We don't have.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Mr. Prosecutor, do the questions of the Defense Counsel, of the Victims' Counsel, give rise to any further questions?
Your Honours, we don't have any further questions.
Okay, very well. Now, Mr. Witness, you have been asked several questions by the Defense Counsel, the Specialist Prosecution Office, and the Victims' Counsel. It's now the turn for the panel. I don't have any questions for you at this moment in time, but I will inquire with my colleagues if there are some further questions. So I look at my right-hand side. No? No. Okay. There are no questions from the side of the panel at this moment in time. So this is the end of your testimony, Mr. Ibishi. I want to thank you for the efforts you have put today in giving your testimony, which I will be sure that it will help the panel to better understand what happened back then, and in our efforts to find the truth. So thank you. I wish you a safe journey home. And I will ask Madame Court Usher to accompany you out of the courtroom. And let me remind you that you should not discuss your testimony with anybody outside this courtroom. Thank you again.
Thank
you, respect, and I wish you good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Assessor. Do the parties have anything, and the participant, have anything else to raise with the panel? Mr. Prosecutor?
Nothing, Your Honors.
Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honours, nothing.
Defense Counsel?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Very well. Then we will resume tomorrow at 9:30 with the testimony of witness 1100. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.